Hey, before we drift into this quiet space together, I want you to notice something soft. You're still here, after everything. After the day that tried to pull you in so many directions. After the things you couldn't say. After the moments that left you quietly aching, you're here. And that is no small thing. You made it through the swirl of noise and thoughts and expectations. You held so much again today, and I see that. I know your mind might still be racing, still trying to solve, still holding on to what went wrong, or what you wish you could change. But for these next few moments, you don't have to fix anything. You don't have to understand it all. You only need to rest. And I'll be right here with you. There's a kind of weight that lives inside people like you. It isn't always obvious. It doesn't shout or break things or beg to be seen. It's quieter than that. It hides behind your smile. It sits beneath your ribs. It curls up in your chest like a secret you were never allowed to speak. This weight isn't made of stone or steel. It's made of every little moment you held your breath to keep the peace. Every time you didn't say what hurt. Every time you absorbed someone else's chaos just to keep things calm. That weight grows slowly, silently, until you don't even know where your feelings end and someone else's begin. Tonight, we're going to set that weight down. Not because it's easy, not because it's gone, but because it was never yours to carry alone. You learned early how to be the one who noticed the mood in the room before anyone else did. You learned how to read the space, soften your tone, adjust your words so they didn't make things worse. You became the fixer, the smoother, the one who knew how to anticipate what might go wrong and stop it before it started. And even now, long after those rooms have emptied, your body still remembers. Your breath still shortens at the first sign of tension. Your shoulders still rise, waiting for the next thing to hold. You may not realize it, but your nervous system has been protecting you for so long, it forgot how to relax. That's what we're here to change. Not with force, not with judgment, but with softness, with care, with silence that doesn't ask you for anything. There is nothing in this moment you need to prove. There is no one here who needs you to perform. You don't have to be strong. You don't have to be okay. You don't have to carry a single thing more than what your body wants to hold. Right now, you are allowed to fall apart a little, if that's what your soul needs. You are allowed to breathe in a way that feels selfish. You are allowed to feel how tired you actually are. Let the bed beneath you be your permission. Let the air around you hold the shape of your softness. Let this quiet night wrap itself around the parts of you that still feel raw. Sometimes healing doesn't begin with a solution. Sometimes it begins with surrender, and not the dramatic kind. Just a gentle loosening. A sigh you didn't know you were holding. A thought you choose not to follow. A whisper to yourself that says, maybe I don't have to figure it all out. Tonight, maybe this moment is enough. Maybe your survival today was enough. Maybe being here, breathing, listening, is a kind of triumph you don't need to explain. If this story brings you even the smallest exhale, feel free to leave a light below, not as proof, but as a promise to yourself that you showed up for peace tonight. Your heart is not weak for feeling so much. Your mind is not broken for trying to make sense of things. You are not dramatic or overthinking or too sensitive. You are human. And some days, just being human takes all the energy you have. I know there's a part of you that wants to keep replaying what went wrong, that wants to scan the day for what you missed, for what you could have done better, but you don't need to earn rest by solving pain. You don't need to tidy your mind before lying down. You don't need to have all the answers to be allowed to sleep. This moment asks nothing of you but to be, fully, softly, gently. Let your jaw unclench just a little. Let your hands go limp by your sides. Let your breathing deepen, not because someone told you to calm down, but because you finally feel safe enough to, even if there's still tension, even if the thoughts still flutter at the edge of your awareness, you're allowed to rest anyway. You're allowed to exist inside a moment that doesn't need improvement, a moment that doesn't require your effort, a moment where you are not what you carry. The world won't fall apart if you close your eyes. The people you love won't forget you if you stop worrying about them for a few hours. The stories you keep rehearsing in your mind won't gain more clarity tonight, but your body will remember that you gave it a chance, that you didn't keep pushing, that for once you let it soften, and that kind of remembering is where healing begins. Even if your eyes stay open, even if sleep doesn't come quickly, even if your mind still paces like it's not sure how to stop, just know that every breath you take here is a step toward rest. You are not behind. You are not failing. You are simply learning a new rhythm, one where softness is strength, one where rest is not earned but honored, one where you don't have to hold anything more than what fits gently in your chest. You do not have to hold the past tonight. You do not have to hold the future. You don't even have to hold this moment tightly. Let it be loose. Let it drift. Let it wrap around you like something soft and slow. You are not meant to be in control of everything. You never were. That was the lie the world whispered when you were too young to resist it. And now, with the wisdom of all you've survived, you get to unlearn it, one breath at a time. And if tomorrow asks you to carry again, you'll know how to come back here, to this quiet, to this truth, to this space where you are not what you fix, not what you fear, not what you failed to hold. You are simply a soul that needs gentleness. And tonight, you found it. Sometimes the most exhausted people are the ones who smile the most, not because everything is fine, but because they've learned how to protect others from their storm. You know that smile, don't you? The one you've worn when your insides were tangled, the one you used to make others feel comfortable, even when your own mind was aching. That smile became your armor, a gentle disguise, a way to move through the world without making anyone uncomfortable. You've given that smile so many times, it started to feel like part of your face, even when your spirit needed anything but pretending. And tonight, I want you to notice something deeply true. That smile doesn't need to hold it all anymore. Behind that carefully shaped expression, there's a jaw that's been clenched too long, a neck stiff from nodding when you didn't agree, a back that stiffened every time you felt misunderstood. You've spent so many days bracing, softening your tone, making yourself smaller just so others wouldn't pull away. And I know you've done it with love. I know you've done it to keep the peace, to stay safe, to make sure others didn't feel your weight. But I also know what that costs. I know how heavy it is to live in a body that always has to appear calm, even when your thoughts are shouting. I know what it's like to smile, not because you feel okay, but because the world has no patience for your tiredness. Let's start there tonight. Let's not pretend. You don't have to smile for me. You don't have to reassure anyone that you're all right. You don't have to tuck your feelings away just because it's bedtime. You're not too much for this space. You're not too intense, or too emotional, or too complicated. You're simply someone who's carried more than most people know, and you've carried it quietly, kindly, even beautifully. But you're allowed to put it down, even just for tonight. Especially tonight. The pressure to appear fine is like a slow erosion. Over time, it wears down your sense of what's real. It teaches you to dismiss your needs before they even reach your lips. It makes you second-guess your pain, your instincts, your memories. It trains you to perform comfort, to play the part of someone who's got it all together, even when your soul is crumbling at the edges. And the saddest part is, most people never see the performance. They just see the smile. They take the surface as the whole truth. And so your hurt goes unseen. Not because it isn't real, but because you've become so good at hiding it. But I see it now. I see the small ways you've bent yourself for others. The pauses you've taken to collect yourself. The tightness in your chest that you tried to breathe through. The moments when you laughed to make someone else feel better, even though your own heart was sinking. That kind of strength doesn't look dramatic. It doesn't shout. But it is real, and it is sacred. And tonight, you don't have to hold it alone. Let your face go soft. Let your lips return to their natural shape. Let your forehead smooth out, like clouds fading from the evening sky. No one here is asking you to be okay. No one is expecting you to be cheerful or wise or gentle. You are allowed to be raw. You are allowed to be weary. You are allowed to simply exist without making anyone else comfortable. Let this be a place where your truth has room to stretch out without needing to be pretty. Sometimes, what you really need isn't advice. It isn't motivation or even perspective. Sometimes you just need to be held in silence by something that doesn't ask you to smile. This story can do that. This space can do that. There is healing in the quiet, in the unseen, in the honesty that bubbles up when no one is watching. You don't need to justify your exhaustion. You don't need to explain why certain days hurt more than others. You are allowed to feel what you feel, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it comes in waves, even if it contradicts what you told someone earlier. Beneath that tension is a person who longs to exhale without guilt, who wants to say, "I'm not okay," without fearing rejection, who wants to rest without having to prove they earned it, who wants to be seen, not as a version of themselves that pleases others, but as the real, beating, trembling, healing heart they are. And even if the world doesn't always offer that space, this moment can, this breath can, this story can be a mirror that reflects you as you truly are, not as you're expected to be. The next time you feel that tension creeping back into your smile, I hope you'll remember this. I hope you'll remember that you don't owe the world a performance. You don't have to hide your trembling behind a grin. You don't have to nod along when something inside you is screaming no. You are allowed to be a person, not a mask. You are allowed to be complex, contradictory, and beautifully unfinished. And the people who truly love you will never ask you to fake your way into their comfort. For now, let your breath become your only expression. Let your inhale be slow and deep. Let your exhale carry just a little bit of that pressure out of your body. Not all of it, just enough. Enough to let the real you breathe. Enough to let the real you sleep. This is not a night for pretending. It's a night for remembering. Remembering that your worth is not tied to your ability to smile through the ache. That your peace does not depend on how well you hide your pain. That your healing is not a performance. And if tomorrow you find yourself putting that smile back on again, that's okay. It's not weakness, it's survival. But you'll know that somewhere there's a place where you can lay it down. A place where your tension is seen. A place where the truth of who you are is held with kindness. You're in that place now, and you're not alone. There's a part of you that never fully relaxes. Even when things seem fine, even when the room is quiet and the sky outside holds. No storm, something inside stays alert. It watches, it waits. It scans for the thing that might fall apart. Maybe you've told yourself it's just being careful. Maybe you've learned to call it preparation or even strength. But deep down, you know it's more than that. It's a tension that lives in your bones, a readiness you never signed up for, a habit born not from peace but from fear. And tonight, I want you to rest it, not fix it, not silence it. Just gently tell it that it can pause now. Because you are safe here. Your nervous system is not flawed. It is not dramatic or broken or overreactive. It is simply doing what it learned to do. Somewhere in your past, maybe far back or maybe not long ago, things happened suddenly. People changed without warning. Good days turned into bad ones in the blink of an eye. Laughter ended with someone leaving. Calmness cracked open into chaos, and your body learned. It learned that peace was not to be trusted, that quiet moments were the ones right before the storm. And even now, when things are calm, that old lesson stirs in your chest like a whisper that says, something is coming, stay ready. You've lived with that whisper for so long, it feels like part of you. But it isn't. It is something that entered you. Something that settled in when you needed protection. And tonight, with kindness, you can begin to separate from it. You can begin to see it not as your identity, but as a scar. And scars are not signs of failure. They are reminders that you survived, that you moved through what should have broken you, that you did what was necessary to keep yourself upright. But survival is not the same as peace. And you are allowed to want more than just making it through. You are allowed to want rest that isn't interrupted by fear. You are allowed to want quiet that doesn't make you flinch when you constantly wait for something to go wrong. Even joy becomes difficult. You touch happiness only lightly, afraid to hold it too tightly in case it slips away. You don't let yourself celebrate small wins. You don't fully exhale after a good conversation. You hesitate before trusting someone's kindness. You wait for the catch, the turning point, the punishment, because your body remembers when things went wrong before, and it wants to protect you from ever being blindsided again. But what if not everything needs protection anymore? What if some things, right now, in this very moment, are actually safe? Let your body consider that idea gently, not as a command, but as an invitation. What if your softness didn't lead to hurt this time? What if calmness wasn't a trap? What if this moment didn't have anything hiding in it? What if tonight was just ... quiet? Not because something bad is waiting, but because your soul is allowed to unclench, even for a little while, even just long enough to let your breathing deepen without resistance. You don't have to believe that everything is fine. You don't have to force hope into your heart, but you can let go of the constant rehearsal for disaster, the mental preparation for heartbreak, the quiet scanning for the next thing to fix. You've done enough of that. You've kept the walls up. You've stayed alert. You've guarded your peace like it was something fragile. But peace doesn't need guarding. It needs welcoming. It needs space. It needs breath. And you can give yourself that. You don't have to be perfectly healed. You just have to be willing to stop bracing for one breath at a time. The thoughts might still come. They might say, you forgot something, you missed something, you need to be ready. Let them pass through you like wind through an open window. You don't have to argue with them. You don't have to obey them. Just notice them and breathe anyway. Let the air be evidence that nothing needs fixing right now. Let the softness of your pillow remind your mind that not every night ends in noise. Not every quiet is the calm before the pain. Sometimes it's just quiet. Sometimes it's just peace. You are not foolish for hoping. You are not naive for trusting. You are not broken for struggling to let go. You are simply someone who adapted to pain and is now learning how to adapt to peace. That takes time. That takes patience. That takes more courage than most people will ever understand. And tonight, I see that courage in you. I see it in the way you showed up, despite the fear. I see it in the way you're letting these words wrap around the places that still shake. I see it in the way your chest rises and falls. Even now, even still, you've lived in survival mode for so long that safety feels suspicious. Calm feels like a lie. Kindness feels like it might disappear. And still, you are here. Still trying, still hoping, still healing. That is strength. That is beauty. That is the story your body deserves to be told. Not the story of always preparing, always waiting, always tensing, but the story of learning to trust your breath again, learning to feel joy without the need to shrink it, learning to rest, even when your past taught you it wasn't safe to do so. You are not here to suffer. You are not here to always carry the worst-case scenario in your back pocket. You are here to feel lightness. You are here to sleep without bargaining. You are here to live without flinching. And that life begins in small, sacred moments like this, in the space between thoughts, in the quiet you let exist without interrupting it, in the trust you build with your own body. You don't need to fix everything. You don't need to be on guard. You only need to stay with this moment and let it soften you, slowly, gently, without pressure. Even if the fear returns tomorrow, even if the tension comes back when you wake, that's okay. Healing is not perfection. It's not the absence of anxiety. It's the presence of choice. The choice to come back to yourself, to come back to this breath, to come back to this softness. You don't have to be fearless to be free. You don't have to be healed to rest. You don't have to be perfect to be peaceful. Let your fingers loosen. Let your breath fall deeper. Let your heart stop racing the clock. You are safe enough. Right here, right now. The sky outside is not falling. The world is still turning, and you are still here, still breathing, still learning how to live without waiting for something to go wrong. That is enough. You are enough. There is a list you carry that no one sees. It doesn't live on paper. It has no title, no bullet points, no ink. And yet, it follows you through your days, through your nights, pressing against the corners of your thoughts when you least expect it. It is a list of blame, a quiet record of everything you think you should have done better, everything you regret, everything you hold against yourself when the world turns quiet and your mind starts whispering its doubts. You've never shared this list in full. Maybe pieces of it, a few soft confessions, but most of it stays tucked behind your smile, folded carefully in the corners of your chest. And tonight, I want to touch that list with tenderness. Not to erase it, not to argue with it, just to see it, softly, without judgment. You blame yourself for things you couldn't have controlled, for how people reacted, for what others felt, for decisions made in confusion or fear, for not knowing what you couldn't have known. You blame yourself for hurting when you should have been strong, for crying when you should have smiled, for walking away when maybe you could have stayed. You carry guilt for things that were never yours to carry, but somehow they ended up in your hands. And once they did, you held them like they were your responsibility. You held them tight, hoping that by carrying enough weight, you could rewrite what happened. Sometimes blame feels safer than pain. If you blame yourself, then at least it means you had control. At least it means you could have changed it. Because the alternative is harder to accept, that life moved in ways you didn't choose, that people left without explanation, that endings came without fairness, that you were hurt without reason. Blame offers the illusion of power, but it also becomes a prison. And I see how long you've been trapped in it. I see the way your shoulders fold in when those old thoughts creep up. I see the way your breath changes when memory grabs you by the throat. I see how much you've carried in silence. But what if we unfold that list now, slowly, and hold it in the light of this soft, safe night? What if we look at one thing at a time, not with the sharpness of guilt, but with the gentleness of understanding? That moment you replay so often, the one where you wish you had done something differently. Can you see now that you were doing your best with what you had, with what you knew, with the energy and clarity you could access at the time? Can you see that the standard you hold yourself to now is one shaped by hindsight, by the wisdom of time, by the ache of hindsight's perfection? You blame yourself for not protecting someone, but forget that you were also just a person, learning how to survive. You blame yourself for words you didn't say, but forget how hard it was to speak in a moment of fear. You blame yourself for trusting the wrong person, but overlook the courage it took to open your heart at all. These are not failures. These are scars from trying. And trying is never a weakness. It is never shameful to have hoped. It is never wrong to have wanted love, to have sought peace, to have pursued joy. Even if it didn't end the way you dreamed. The list feels endless some nights. You lie in bed and the thoughts come like waves, one regret, then another, then one from years ago you thought you had buried. Your body tenses, your heart beats faster. You wonder if maybe you're just wired this way. But you are not broken. You are not cursed. You are a soul with a sensitive memory. A mind that replays pain in the hopes of preventing it. A heart that wants so badly to make sense of what hurt you, that it turns inward when there are no clear answers. That doesn't make you weak. That makes you deeply, achingly human. You don't have to finish the list tonight. You don't have to let go of everything. But what if you chose just one small thing and whispered to yourself, I forgive you for this. Not because it didn't matter, not because it didn't hurt, but because you were tired of hurting twice. Once from the event and once from the blame. You deserve a night where the weight on your chest isn't self-inflicted. You deserve a night where your breath belongs to rest, not regret. And if you struggle to forgive yourself, that's okay too. Some wounds take longer to soften, but your willingness to try, to even consider it, is a form of healing. You are rewriting your story not through perfection, but through compassion. Each breath you take that isn't clenched in shame is a kind of freedom. Each time you say, I was doing my best, you loosen the grip of guilt. And that loosening is enough. That is where the healing lives. There will be days when the list feels loud again, when an old memory plays in your chest and you feel the rush of shame or the tightness of what you wish you had done. In those moments, remember this one, this quiet hour where nothing was asked of you but to be soft, this breath that holds no judgment, this space that is not measuring your worth by your mistakes. Come back to this. Let this be your ritual, your reminder, your proof that even with the list, you are worthy of sleep. Even with the weight, you are allowed to rest. And maybe, someday, that list will fade. Maybe not completely. Maybe just enough. Enough to let you smile without guilt. Enough to let you love without fear. Enough to let you live without constantly rewriting the past. But for tonight, it is enough to simply say, I see the list. I see the weight. And I am learning to let go. When the lights go out and the house falls silent, something else wakes up inside you. The distractions are gone. The noise fades. The world stops asking for your attention. And that's when your thoughts begin to move louder than they did all day. They rise not as gentle waves, but as crashing echoes. You try to lie still, try to breathe slowly, try to convince yourself that you're just tired and nothing more. But your mind doesn't believe that. It takes the stillness of the night and fills it with stories, with questions, with loops of what-ifs and what-didn'ts that circle endlessly in your head. What should feel like rest turns into a fight for silence, and you're not alone in that dot. There is something about nighttime that feels like truth, as if all the pretending from the day runs out, as if the walls you built to stay strong start to lower without your permission. You lie there in the dark, and suddenly every unfinished thought, every unresolved feeling, every memory you tried to leave behind comes back asking to be seen. Some nights you don't even know why you're crying. Some nights your chest feels heavy but your thoughts feel scattered. You search for the cause, for a reason to feel so much, but sometimes there isn't one. Sometimes it's just the quiet finally giving you space to feel what you've been avoiding. Your bed becomes a battlefield. Not between good and evil, not between right and wrong, but between your need to rest and your inability to let go. The mind wants to prepare. It wants to review every word you said today, every moment you didn't stand up for yourself, every time you smiled when you were hurting, every silence you regret. And while your body is begging for sleep, your mind is asking for resolution. You close your eyes, but they flicker open again. You change positions, hoping a new angle will quiet the thoughts, but they follow you, because they live inside you. What if I said that this isn't failure? What if I told you that you are not broken for feeling this way? You are not weak because your mind cannot quiet itself on command. You are not flawed because peace does not come easy. You are someone who has carried too much, who has spent too long pretending to be fine, who has become skilled at keeping it together in daylight, and is now learning how to soften in darkness. Your mind is not your enemy. It is just tired. Tired of holding so many pieces. Tired of trying to stay ahead of pain. Tired of doing the work of 10 hearts all at once. And even in that tiredness, it still wants to keep you safe. That's what overthinking is, at its core, protection. If I think it through, maybe it won't happen. If I prepare enough, maybe I won't be blindsided. If I stay alert, maybe I won't be hurt again. These thoughts aren't here to destroy you. They're here because your mind once learned that alertness could prevent pain. But tonight, let it learn something new. Let it feel what it's like to be held instead of constantly holding. Let it learn that silence can be safe. Let it learn that stillness doesn't mean danger is coming. It means you made it through another day. You do not need to win the war in your head to sleep. You don't need every thought to be calm. You only need to not believe everything they say. Just because the voice is loud doesn't mean it's true. Just because it's familiar doesn't mean it's right. You can watch the thoughts pass like clouds. You can let them swirl without needing to chase them. You can breathe beneath the noise. You can exist within the storm without becoming it. If tonight your mind is loud, speak back with softness. Say, I hear you. I know you're scared, but we are okay right now. Say, I know you're trying to help, but we don't need to solve this tonight. Say, thank you for warning me, but I want to try peace instead. You do not need to fight your thoughts to find rest. You can meet them with compassion. You can show your mind a different way, a path not of worry, but of surrender. Your pillow doesn't ask for answers. Your blankets don't need resolution. The air around you is not waiting for you to figure it all out. This space, this hour, this breath belongs to nothing but your healing. Let your body relax first. Let your legs sink into the bed. Let your arms fall limp beside you. Let your stomach soften, your jaw unclench. Let your body show your mind that it's okay to rest, even if not everything is resolved. Sometimes peace comes not from understanding everything, but from allowing yourself to stop trying. You are not the only one lying awake tonight, wondering why the silence feels so loud. You are not the only one asking yourself what you could have done differently. You are not the only one who cries quietly so no one hears. There are thousands of souls just like yours, trying to breathe through the ache, trying to fall asleep, while their hearts still echo. And somehow, that makes this moment softer. Somehow, knowing you are not alone in your midnight thoughts, makes the night a little more kind. If this brings you a sliver of quiet tonight, let it hold you. Let this moment be the place where you don't have to fix anything. Let the battlefield become a field of rest. Let the thoughts come and let them go. Let your body be your anchor. Let your breath be your lullaby. You do not need permission to rest. You do not need a clear mind to be worthy of peace. You are allowed to sleep even while your heart is healing. Let your eyes close slowly, not because everything is better, but because you are tired of carrying the war. Let your breath deepen, not to silence your thoughts, but to remind your soul that it is still here, still trying, still choosing softness. And if the thoughts return, if the noise rises again, you can return here, to this breath, to this softness, to this voice that says, you are safe now, you are held, you are allowed to rest, even in the middle of the storm. You've always been the one who noticed when someone's voice changed, when their silence stretched too long, when their energy shifted in a way most people missed. You didn't ask to be this way. You just were. It was how you survived. By sensing, adjusting, softening, stepping in before things could go wrong. And somewhere along the way, you learned something quietly painful, that if you didn't fix it, maybe no one would. That if you didn't smooth the edges, someone might get hurt. So you did it, again and again. You became the caretaker, the peacemaker, the quiet observer who knew how to read a room before it even spoke. And while it made you wise, it also made you tired in a way most people will never understand. You feel it even now. That pull inside your chest, that urge to reach out, to take responsibility, to carry someone else's pain as if it were your own. You hear someone's sadness, and your heart leaps to offer a solution. You notice someone withdrawing, and your mind races with ways to bring them back. It's not that you think you're the only one who can help. It's that you feel responsible for keeping people whole. You see their brokenness and forget your own. You pour out from a cup that's already half empty because you believe that if someone else is hurting, your needs can wait. But I want you to pause here, just for a breath, just long enough to ask a question you may have never been allowed to ask. What if it's not yours to fix? Let that question echo gently, not as a rebuke, not as shame, just as a soft invitation. to see the difference between love and self-sacrifice. You can love someone deeply and still know that their healing is not your job. You can care about their struggle and still set down the weight of their choices. You can witness someone's suffering without carrying it in your body. The world didn't teach you that. It told you that love meant fixing, that compassion meant carrying, that being kind meant disappearing so others could feel okay. But that isn't love. That's erasure. And you are not here to erase yourself. Your heart is so open that it aches for people who don't even know the ache you carry. You feel responsible for moods you didn't cause, for silences you didn't create, for emotions you were never meant to hold. You go back through conversations, wondering if you said enough, did enough, gave enough. And even when you did everything right, you still find a reason to blame yourself. Because fixing things makes you feel safe. Because fixing people gives you a purpose. But your worth is not measured by how well you mend others. It is not defined by your ability to hold what was never meant to live inside you. Sometimes the pain you try to fix is not even about you. Sometimes people carry storms inside them that have nothing to do with how much you care. Their distance is not a reflection of your failure. Their silence is not punishment. Their wounds were not caused by your softness. And no matter how much love you offer, it cannot undo what they have yet to face. That is their journey. That is their road. You can walk beside someone, but you cannot walk it for them. You can offer shelter, but you cannot stop the rain. And that truth does not make you helpless. It makes you whole. Your desire to fix comes from a beautiful place. From empathy, from tenderness, from wanting to prevent pain because you know how deeply it cuts. But when that desire turns into self-neglect, into burnout, into guilt for not doing more, it becomes something else. It becomes a pattern that slowly drains the very love you were trying to give. And love should not cost you your peace. Compassion should not silence your needs. Helping others should not mean abandoning yourself. Tonight, I want you to remember that you matter too. Not just when everyone else is okay. Not just after the fires are put out. You matter now, in this breath. Even if someone else is hurting, let yourself off the hook. Let your nervous system uncoil. Let your thoughts stop rehearsing what you should have done differently. You are not responsible for the choices others make. You are not a repair shop for the brokenness of the world. You are a person, a whole, complex, feeling person who deserves rest just as much as anyone you've ever tried to help. Let the ache of responsibility loosen in your chest. Let your breath return to your own body. Let yourself belong to yourself again. Some wounds are not yours. Some healing is not your task. Some situations are not waiting for you to save them. That's hard to hear when your instinct is to rush in, to offer, to make it better. But better is not always something you can give. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is step back, is hold space instead of solutions, is allow people the dignity of their own healing. And while that may feel like distance, it is actually deep respect. A love that says, I trust you to find your own way. I trust myself not to disappear trying. To make things right, you do not need to earn love by being useful. You do not need to earn your place by being essential. You are already enough without fixing a single thing. You can be still, you can be quiet, you can be soft, and still be worthy of every good thing. If you have spent your life measuring your value by how much you help, I invite you to measure it differently tonight. Measure it in breaths, in moments of peace, in the way you speak to yourself when no one is listening. Measure it in how gently you let yourself rest, even when the urge to fix everything is still buzzing beneath your ribs. The world will still need you tomorrow. But tonight, it can wait. Tonight, you can step out of the role of the helper. Tonight, you can be the one who is held, the one who is quiet, the one who is simply a human being, not a solution. Let your shoulders drop, let your chest open, let your mind slow its pace. You are allowed to just be, not doing, not solving, just being. And in that being, may you find the peace that was always yours. There is a pattern etched into you that few people notice, a quiet reflex that shows up in conversations, in conflict, in silence that starts to feel heavy. You say sorry, even when it wasn't your fault, even when nothing was asked of you, even when your voice wasn't the one that caused the break. You say it softly, almost instinctively, like a gentle offering meant to smooth what feels sharp. Not because you were wrong, but because the room felt tense, because someone raised their voice, because someone stopped talking, because something changed and your body read the shift like a warning. So you apologized, not for what you did, but for what you feared would happen if you didn't. You've done it more times than you can count. Said sorry when someone else crossed your boundary. Said sorry when you were the one interrupted. Said sorry for taking up space, for needing a minute, for asking a question, for existing too loudly or too quietly or too emotionally. The words come quickly. They fall out before you can stop them. And even when a part of you whispers that you shouldn't have to say it, another part is already bracing, already calculating the emotional cost of not apologizing. Because somewhere deep down, you learned that peace often depends on your softness. That conflict is dangerous. That being right is less important than being safe. But that safety came with a price. Each apology chipped away at a small part of you, a piece of your voice, your truth, your boundaries. You became smaller in your own life, gentler with people who were not always gentle with you. You learned to stay quiet when things hurt. You taught yourself that your feelings should not cause discomfort, that your needs must always be folded into something more palatable. And slowly, without meaning to, you became fluent in silence, skilled in shrinking, talented at smoothing things over, even when your heart was breaking inside. Tonight, let us honor those moments, not with shame, but with compassion. You weren't weak for apologizing. You weren't wrong for trying to keep the peace. You were doing what you had to do to feel safe. You were choosing survival in a world that didn't always feel predictable. And sometimes survival looks like saying sorry when your soul is screaming that you shouldn't have to. It looks like avoiding the argument, letting someone else believe they were right, taking the blame, just to keep things calm. That isn't cowardice. That is wisdom, forged in difficult moments. But now that you are here, in this softness, in this breath, you get to ask another question. What would it feel like not to apologize for who you are? Let your mind wander gently through some of those memories, the ones that still ache, the ones where you gave in, gave up, backed down, not because you were wrong, but because the peace was too fragile to risk. Maybe it was with someone close. Maybe it was in a space where your presence was already a negotiation. Maybe it was one of those arguments where you could feel your worth being weighed in real time. And so you said it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have brought it up. You walked away, carrying the discomfort in your own body so no one else had to feel it. But what would it feel like to let that moment go now? To look back at that version of you and say, you were not the problem. You were not too much. You were not wrong for wanting to be heard. You were simply trying to exist in a world that asked you to be quiet in order to be loved. And that's not a fair price. You deserved better. You still do. You deserve relationships where truth doesn't cost you connection, where conflict doesn't mean danger, where your voice is not seen as a disruption, but as a gift. And until you have those spaces, may this one hold you. Tonight, you do not need to say sorry. Not for your feelings, not for your fear, not for the way your heart beats fast when tension rises. You are not a disruption. You are not too sensitive. You are not an emotional burden. You are a person learning how to take up space again, learning how to speak without shrinking, learning how to breathe through the discomfort of being real. That is not easy, but it is beautiful, and it is enough. Let your breath deepen. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. Let the part of you that still waits for someone to get upset realize that nothing is wrong. You are safe in this moment. No one is mad. No one is walking away. No one is punishing you for being honest. Let the muscles in your back release the memory of past conflict. Let your chest soften as you remember that you are not responsible for keeping everything smooth. Let your mind accept the truth that you are allowed to exist without apologizing for it. And if tomorrow or the day after you find yourself saying sorry again out of habit, be gentle with yourself. That habit was built in a time when it was needed, but you are learning now. Learning how to pause before shrinking, how to breathe before bending, how to ask yourself, is this truly mine to carry? Does this moment really require my guilt? And if the answer is no, may you have the courage to hold your ground, softly, quietly, without needing to fight, just by standing in your own presence. You do not have to make yourself smaller for anyone's comfort. You do not have to apologize. Just because the room went silent, you do not have to explain why you feel what you feel. You are not the peacekeeper anymore. You are the person at peace, and that is a power no one can take from you. Let that truth rest with you tonight. Let it nestle in your heart. Let it settle beneath your ribs. You are allowed to exist fully, even when things feel uncomfortable, even when your voice shakes, even when others do not understand. That is not your shame to carry. That is not your fault to mend. You can stop saying sorry now. You can rest in the knowing that you are enough as you are. Without the apology, it keeps coming back, doesn't it? That one conversation, the words spoken and unspoken, the timing, the tone, the shift in the air. You tell yourself to let it go. You tell yourself it doesn't matter anymore. But late at night, when the world is quiet and no one is asking anything of you, it returns like a familiar ache. You go over it again and again. What you said, what you should have said, what you wish you hadn't. Every pause, every glance, every word that felt too much or not enough. The replay is so clear, it almost feels like it's happening all over again. Your body responds as if it never ended, and you lie there in the dark, reliving something you can't change, searching for meaning in a moment long gone. Maybe you weren't even sure what went wrong. Maybe there was no argument, no dramatic ending, just a heaviness that lingered afterward, a look that didn't match the words, a goodbye that didn't sound like closure. Or maybe it was a real fracture, raised voices, broken trust, something that left you feeling exposed. Either way, it lives in you, not as a memory, but as a wound that reopens every time silence arrives. You replay it not because you enjoy the pain, but because you're still trying to understand, still trying to rewrite the ending, still hoping that if you go over it enough times, You might find the version where it didn't end like that. But the past does not bend to repetition, and pain does not dissolve through rumination. Your mind is not cruel for bringing it back. It is simply trying to protect you, trying to make sense of what felt too sharp to process in the moment, trying to guard you from repeating the same pain in the future, so it replays, not out of punishment, but out of vigilance. But what it doesn't realize is that each replay becomes its own kind of hurt, not the original wound, but a shadow of it, a self-inflicted echo that grows louder the more you listen. You already lived it once, you survived it, and now your mind keeps dragging you back there, hoping for closure that may never come. Tonight, let us speak to that part of you, the part that is still looking for the perfect sentence, the exact word that could have changed everything, the better reaction, the stronger boundary, the softer approach. That part of you carries so much pressure, so much regret, so much weight, for something that can no longer be touched. What if we gently told that part, it's okay to stop searching? What if we whispered to it that the past cannot be perfected, only accepted? What if we gave it permission to loosen its grip on the version of you who didn't yet know what you know now? There is nothing wrong with wishing you had shown up differently. That is the mark of someone who is growing, someone who wants to do better. But growth does not come from guilt. It comes from grace. And grace says, I forgive myself for not knowing then what I know now. Grace says, I was doing the best I could with the clarity I had. Grace says, I will carry the lesson, not the shame. And if that conversation still echoes in your mind tonight, it's not a sign that you failed. It's a sign that you cared, that you were invested, that your heart was present. Even if it broke, you are not the only one who replays things at night. Not the only one who wishes they had handled something with more calm, more courage, more clarity. But your worth is not erased by one hard moment. You are not defined by your worst conversations. You are not the villain in someone else's version of the story just because they saw you through the lens of their pain. And if you were the one who was hurt, if you were the one left questioning your value, then let this moment be the one that restores it. You do not need their apology to heal. You do not need their understanding to find peace. You only need your own permission to stop returning to a place that no longer serves you. Let your breath speak for you now. Let it say what words cannot. Let it move slowly, evenly, reminding your nervous system that the danger has passed, that the moment is over, that you are here now, safe in a bed that does not judge you, under a sky that does not ask you to explain. You are not there anymore. You are not that version of yourself anymore. You are wiser now, softer too. You know more, you feel more, and tonight you deserve rest, not for what you did or didn't say, but simply because your heart is tired of holding on to a loop it cannot resolve. Sometimes healing means learning to sit beside the memory without letting it pull you under. It means watching the scene replay and choosing not to engage, not out of denial, but out of mercy. Mercy for the you who did their best. Mercy for the you who was scared, or angry, or confused. Mercy for the you who couldn't find the right words in time. Let that mercy wash over you now. Let it drape across your chest like a warm blanket. Let it press into your skin until you can finally exhale without tension. And maybe tomorrow it will come back again. Maybe the conversation will find its way back into your thoughts like a ghost looking for peace. That's okay. You'll be ready. Not with new answers, but with a new posture. One that says, I see you, but I no longer live in you. One that says, I've made peace with what cannot be rewritten. One that says, I am learning to love the version of me that needed grace, not critique. That version still lives in you, still waits for gentleness, still aches to know that even in their imperfect moment, they were still worthy of love. You do not have to go back again tonight. You do not have to dissect it again. You do not have to pick apart every word. You can let it be what it was, a moment, a lesson, a shadow, and then you can let it fade, slowly, quietly, kindly, until all that remains is the breath, the stillness, the softness of a night that asks nothing from you but to be. You've spent so much of your life trying to explain yourself, trying to find the words that will unlock understanding in someone else's eyes, trying to tell the full story, all the details, the layers, the pain behind the reaction. You speak softly, carefully, hoping the right phrasing will make them see what you meant, what you felt, what you were trying to say underneath the silence. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes the words don't land. Sometimes your voice meets a wall instead of an open heart. And in those moments, a familiar ache rises, the ache of being misunderstood, of feeling invisible while still speaking, of being present but unseen. There is a grief that lives in being misunderstood. It doesn't always roar. Sometimes it hums. Sometimes it shows up as distance in a room where you once felt close. Sometimes it sits in your throat while someone nods politely but doesn't really hear you. Sometimes it turns into self-doubt. Maybe I said too much. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Maybe I should have stayed quiet. And even when you know your heart was honest, even when your words came from a good place, you still question yourself. Because not being understood feels like rejection, like exile, like you opened a door and no one stepped through. But what if I told you that being misunderstood does not mean you failed? That not being fully seen does not erase the truth of who you are? The way others receive you is not always in your control. They bring their own wounds, their own fears, their own stories into every conversation. Sometimes what they hear is shaped more by their past than by your words. And you cannot fix that. You cannot reach into someone's mind and rearrange how they interpret you. You can only offer your truth gently. You can only show up with clarity and kindness. And once you do, your work is done. Letting go of the need to be understood is not about becoming cold. It is not about giving up on connection. It is about protecting your peace. It is about releasing the pressure to prove yourself to people who may never be able to receive you as you are. It is about trusting that your value is not something to be earned through perfect communication. You are not a puzzle to be solved. You are not a problem to be figured out. You are a person, layered and beautiful and sometimes complicated. And you are still worthy, even when no one else gets the full picture. Tonight, let that truth sink in. Let it rest beneath your ribs. Let it loosen the part of you that still wants to rewrite the conversation, that still aches to go back and explain it better. You don't have to. You don't owe anyone the version of yourself that fits their comfort. You don't have to shape your softness into something more palatable. You don't have to dull your depth to be accepted. The people who are meant to know you will find you, not because you made yourself easier to understand, but because they were willing to listen even when it was hard. You may always crave that moment, the one where someone looks at you and says, I see it now, I get it. And sometimes it will come, and it will be beautiful. But sometimes it won't. And that doesn't mean your voice is useless. That doesn't mean your truth was wasted. Your truth still mattered, even if it echoed into silence. Your feelings were still valid, even if they weren't acknowledged. Your story still shaped the person you are, even if someone else didn't see its value. And you can honor it anyway. You can honor yourself without needing applause. Let your breath deepen now. Let your body unclench from the effort of being understood. Let your mind stop trying to script the next conversation. You are not on trial. You are not in a debate. You do not need to defend your heart. You only need to be with it, gently, quietly, fully. Let this moment be the one where you stop translating yourself into someone else's language. Let it be the one where you speak only in breath, in stillness, in the soft truth of your own soul. You have nothing to prove tonight. You have nothing to fix. There is peace in not being understood, if you allow it. There is freedom in not needing others to agree with your story. It doesn't mean you close yourself off. It means you return to yourself. It means you stop handing out pieces of your spirit, hoping someone else will make sense of them. It means you hold your own heart with reverence, even when others don't know how. And that kind of self-trust is quiet, but it is powerful. It tells the world, I exist whether or not you understand me. I am real, even if you cannot relate. I am whole, even if you only see fragments. Let that be your comfort tonight. Let that be the blanket that wraps around the misunderstood parts of you. Let the silence be your sanctuary instead of your punishment. You are not difficult just because someone else didn't listen. You are not confusing just because someone else didn't ask questions. You are not alone just because someone else didn't stay. You are here, still breathing, still soft, still trying. And that is more than enough. If you ever find yourself again in that space, explaining and explaining until your throat feels dry, trying to be understood by someone who doesn't truly want to know you, remember this moment. Remember this breath. Remember this truth. You are allowed to stop. You are allowed to pause. You are allowed to choose peace over performance. And the right people, the ones who are meant for you, will not require explanation after explanation. They will feel your heart without needing a map. They will sit with your silence and still stay. They will hold your truth without needing it to match theirs. Until then, may you learn to hold it for yourself. You feel it before you understand it. That tightness, that slow constriction behind your ribs, the heaviness pressing just beneath your collarbone. Some days it arrives without warning, as if carried on a breath you didn't realize was holding something. Other days, you see it coming. A certain conversation, a specific memory, the way a silence stretches just a little too long, and then it's there. That unmistakable tension, a pressure without language, a feeling without form. You call it anxiety, or maybe stress, or maybe you don't call it anything at all. You just carry it, quietly, through the hours, hoping it softens on its own. But that tightness is not just a sensation, it's a message. A whisper from the part of you that doesn't use words. The part that speaks in breath and rhythm and pause. That tightness in your chest has something to say. Not to scare you, not to overwhelm you, but to remind you that something inside is trying to be heard. And tonight, with the room quiet, with no one watching, you can finally listen. Not with urgency, not with judgment, just with presence, just with care. Sometimes it says, I am afraid. I don't know what's coming. I feel unprepared. Sometimes it says, I feel too much and I don't know where to put it all. Sometimes it says, I need rest but I'm afraid to stop. And sometimes it doesn't say anything you can name, just pulses with emotion, with memory, with energy that has nowhere else to go. And that's okay. You don't need to solve the feeling tonight. You don't need to name it perfectly. You only need to acknowledge that it's real, that it belongs, that your body is not betraying you. It's trying to carry you through something you don't yet have the language for. You've spent so long trying to push it away, tried to breathe it out, shake it off, distract yourself until it disappears. But what if you tried something different tonight? What if you stopped fighting the feeling and started sitting with it instead? What if you placed your hand gently over your chest and said, I hear you, I see you, I know you're holding more than I can understand right now, and that's enough. You are allowed to speak in tightness. You are allowed to ask for care in pressure. You are allowed to exist in this body even when it feels heavy. Your chest is not a cage. It is a room where your feelings gather, a place where memory and emotion collide. And sometimes it gets crowded. Sometimes the past knocks on the door just as the present becomes too loud. Sometimes your thoughts run too fast for your breath to catch up, and your chest responds. It holds the tension, it holds the fear, it holds the unsaid, and it waits for you to notice, not to fix, just to notice. So let this moment be that noticing. Let your next breath be slower. Let the exhale carry just a fraction of that pressure. You don't need to empty it all at once. You just need to create a little more space. That tightness is not your enemy. It is your body's way of asking for kindness. It is a signal, not a sentence. It doesn't mean you're weak. It doesn't mean you failed. It means you've been carrying too much, feeling too deeply, navigating too many storms without pause. And even if your life looks quiet on the outside, I know how loud it can be on the inside. I know what it's like to smile while your chest feels like it's sinking, to speak calmly while something inside is screaming, to keep moving while something in you just wants to curl into stillness. Tonight, let yourself slow down. Let your breath become the rhythm that speaks louder than the thoughts. Let the air fill your lungs like an offering. Let the exhale release some of what was never meant to stay. Even if the feeling remains, it will feel a little less alone, because now you're listening. You're no longer pretending it's not there. You're no longer rushing past it. And sometimes being heard is all the heart really needs. You are not broken for feeling this. You are not behind. You are not too emotional, too dramatic, too intense. You are human. You are someone who feels deeply and is learning how to stay soft in a world that keeps asking you to be hard. You are someone who knows how to keep going, but is now learning how to rest. And rest does not mean the pressure disappears. It means you stop carrying it alone. Let this moment be a place where you can set it down, even for a while. If that tightness could speak in full sentences, it might say, I'm proud of you for making it here, for choosing softness instead of silence, for pausing when you could have pushed through, for trusting that your pain deserves gentleness, not judgment. And if you feel like crying, let the tears come. If you feel like staying still, let your body be still. There is no right way to feel your feelings. There is only the truth that they are real, and they are worthy of space. Let your next breath be your comfort. Let your chest rise and fall without expectation. You are not here to perform peace. You are here to remember it. And peace is not always the absence of feeling. Sometimes it's simply the presence of compassion. Let that compassion begin with you tonight. Let it live in the way you touch your own heart, in the way you speak to the tension instead of against it, in the way you say, I don't need to be fixed, I just need to be held. And as your body begins to soften, as your breath begins to slow, May that tightness loosen just enough for you to rest. Even if it doesn't go away completely, even if it stays quietly, like a guest who hasn't found the words yet. You can rest anyway. You can sleep anyway. You are not waiting for perfect peace to begin healing. You are healing now, in the middle of the wait, in the presence of the ache. Because you listened, because you cared, because you stayed. You've been carrying it for years, maybe for as long as you can remember, that constant quiet fear of letting someone down. It shapes how you speak, how you move, how you choose your words. It presses into your choices, follows you into every room, waits in the silence after you say no. It's the tension behind every favor you didn't want to do, but said yes to, anyway. It's the reason you rewrite messages 5 times before sending them, hoping to sound just right. It's why you explain yourself even when no one asked. The fear doesn't shout. It doesn't demand attention. It just sits there, steady and familiar, whispering that someone might be upset if you are fully yourself. And tonight, that fear deserves a moment of rest. You were likely taught, directly or through silence, that being loved was connected to being pleasing, that being accepted required being agreeable, that saying yes kept you safe, kept you included, kept things calm. Somewhere along the way, you learned to anticipate disappointment before it even happened. You studied the faces of the people you cared about, watching for the smallest shift. You became skilled at detecting when someone's tone changed, when their response slowed, when their energy pulled back. And you reacted. You softened yourself. You apologized before being asked. You adjusted until they smiled again. You made sure the people around you were comfortable, even when it made you deeply uncomfortable. And slowly, quietly, you started to disappear in order to be loved, but you were never supposed to vanish for someone else's comfort. You were never meant to shape your soul into something safer just so others would stay. Disappointing people is not the same as being unworthy. It is not a failure. It is simply a truth of being human. You are not here to be perfect. You are not here to meet every expectation placed on you. You are not a mirror for someone else's comfort. You are a person, real and whole, and your boundaries do not make you bad. Your limits do not make you selfish. Your no does not make you less kind. Let yourself breathe now, slowly and honestly. Let the air move through your chest with softness. You are not in danger for honoring your own needs. You are not cruel for making a choice someone else didn't like. You are not responsible for managing every reaction, every feeling, every disappointment that others experience. That weight was handed to you too early, too often, and you carried it like it was your duty, but it was never meant to be yours. You were meant to express, not suppress. You were meant to live, not perform. You were meant to take up space, not walk on eggshells. Maybe no one ever told you that before. Maybe the only time you felt safe was when others were happy with you. Maybe you learned to smile through the sting, to nod even when your heart said no, to say sorry when all you wanted was to be understood. And maybe you're still doing it, even now, even when you know better. That's okay. This isn't about blame. This is about compassion. You were surviving. You were adapting. You were doing the best you could with the emotional map you were given. But now, with more awareness, you can make a new choice. Not all at once, not perfectly, just slowly, breath by breath, letting go of the need to be everything to everyone. Let your body soften into this truth. You are allowed to disappoint people. You are allowed to have your own rhythm. You are allowed to be misunderstood. You are allowed to be disliked by someone who does not understand your boundaries. You are allowed to choose yourself, even if someone else wishes you hadn't. That is not betrayal. That is self-respect. And the people who truly love you will not only survive your no, they will honor it. They will adjust. They will stay. And the ones who don't, they were never holding your full self. They were holding only the version of you that made them comfortable. If your chest still tightens when you imagine someone being upset with you, breathe into it. You are not bad for wanting peace. You are not weak for fearing rejection. But your comfort matters too. Your needs matter too. You do not have to trade your rest for their approval. You do not have to sacrifice your well-being to avoid a frown. You can exist fully, even in the presence of someone else's disappointment. You are strong enough to sit with the discomfort of being imperfect in someone else's eyes, and still know deeply that you are worthy of love. Tonight, let that be your lullaby. Let that truth settle into the places where fear once lived. You are allowed to be loved without performing. You are allowed to rest without earning it. You are allowed to be at peace without pleasing everyone around you. Let your breath become your boundary. Let your silence be your power. Let your stillness remind your nervous system that you are not in danger. You are just stepping into your own space again. You are just learning how to come home to yourself. And if tomorrow brings another moment where you feel that familiar urge to fix, to explain, to soften, to avoid letting someone down, remember this night, this breath, this truth. You do not exist to be easy for everyone. You exist to be real, and real is enough. It's the kind of guilt that doesn't announce itself clearly. It doesn't arrive with a headline or a reason you can point to. It just shows up, slowly, settling into your chest like dust you can't wipe away. You wake up with it sometimes, though nothing is wrong. You carry it through quiet moments, through the in-between, through the hours when everything seems fine on the outside. And yet, something inside still whispers, you did something wrong. You missed something. You failed someone. You weren't enough. This guilt doesn't come from a specific action. It's not tied to a single event. It floats in the background, like a shadow without a source. And you try to ignore it, try to explain it away. But it lingers, because you've lived with it for so long. It started to feel like part of you. There are names for other feelings, anger, fear, sadness, but this kind of guilt stays unnamed. It doesn't demand expression. It doesn't even seem logical. It just waits quietly beneath the surface, convincing you, in the softest voice, that you are somehow in the way, that you are the problem, that no matter how careful you are, no matter how kind you try to be, you are still a burden. And even when people tell you otherwise, even when the world reflects back kindness, you question it. You wonder if they just don't see what you feel. That invisible guilt, that internal hum of unworthiness that you've never quite been able to silence. Maybe it began in childhood, in moments where love felt conditional. Maybe it started the first time someone made you feel like your needs were too loud. Maybe it came from silence, from not being heard, from being overlooked, from absorbing the discomfort of people who didn't know how to hold your emotions. You were never told it was your fault, but you felt it anyway. You began to believe that if something felt wrong, it must be because of you. That if someone pulled away, it meant you did something. And over time, that belief turned into guilt. Not for something you did, but for being who you are. That kind of guilt is hard to shake, because it's not rooted in truth. It's rooted in old stories, in subtle messaging, in years of internalizing the idea that your presence requires justification. And even when you've done nothing wrong, Your mind searches for reasons. Maybe you weren't available enough. Maybe you said too much. Maybe you took up too much space. So you start editing yourself. You keep your feelings quiet. You question your own instincts. You apologize for things that aren't your fault. You take on the emotional weight of others. You try to earn your place in every room, even when no one asked you to. And still, the guilt stays. But what if it isn't yours? What if that guilt was passed to you? Inherited, absorbed, assigned to you by systems, by families, by environments that didn't know how to hold someone like you, someone soft, someone aware, someone deep. What if you never had to carry it in the first place? Not because you've never made mistakes. Everyone has. But because this particular guilt, the kind that doesn't even have a name, was never truly about you. It was about other people's discomfort, their expectations, their inability to see you clearly. And tonight, with all the noise gone, you can finally ask the question you were never allowed to ask. What if I am not the problem? Let that question echo gently. Let it move through your body, not as a challenge, but as an offering. What if this tightness is not your fault? What if the shame you feel is not yours to fix? What if you have been carrying guilt like a backpack, filled with other people's fear, and now you are allowed to set it down? You don't have to prove anything to let it go. You don't have to explain why it's there. You just have to decide that your soul deserves peace more than it deserves punishment. You just have to remember that you were not put on this earth to apologize for existing. Let your body respond to that. Let your shoulders drop from their place of quiet tension. Let your breath become slower, deeper. Let your heart know that it is safe here, in this moment, even if it still feels heavy, even if the guilt lingers. This space doesn't ask you to be lighter than you are. It doesn't need you to be free of your past. It just holds you gently while you remember the truth that you are already enough, that you are allowed to be human, that you don't need to carry guilt as proof that you care. You can still be loving without feeling responsible for everyone's happiness. You can still be kind without constantly checking if you upset someone. You can still be whole without over-explaining your every move. Guilt is not your guide. It is not your map. It is not your voice of reason. It is an old echo, one that loses its power the moment you stop mistaking it for truth. And if it returns tomorrow, as it probably will, you will know what it is. You will recognize it for what it has always been, a false signal, a memory dressed up as a fact. And when that happens, you can breathe. You can say, I hear you, but I don't believe you. You can say, I've done nothing wrong by being myself. You can say, I'm allowed to be here, just as I am. And you can return to your breath, to your body, to this quiet place where you are not asked to carry what was never yours, where you are not asked to explain feelings you didn't cause, where you are not responsible for fixing the world just to earn a moment of rest. Tonight, you are allowed to rest without guilt. You are allowed to sleep without first calculating how well you showed up for others. You are allowed to close your eyes without scanning your day for mistakes. This moment is not about performance. It is about permission. And you have it now. You are allowed to feel peace, not because you earned it, but because you were always worthy of it. There are days when it feels like you are nothing but the chaos inside you, when the thoughts race so fast they leave no space for peace, when emotions crash over each other without warning, turning even the simplest moment into something heavy, when you feel irritable for no reason, restless without movement, exhausted, without doing anything. You wonder what is wrong with you, why you feel so much, why your chest keeps tightening, why the smallest things feel loud, sharp, overwhelming. You try to calm yourself, you try to explain it away, but the storm doesn't listen. It has its own rhythm, its own gravity. And in those moments, it's easy to believe that the storm is who you are, but it isn't. You are not the chaos. You are not the noise. You are not the anxiety or the guilt or the sadness. You are not your worst thought. You are not your most fearful moment. The storm might be inside you, yes, but it does not define you. It is a part of your landscape, not your entire identity. And just like any storm, it passes, it shifts, it quiets. It does not stay forever. You are the sky that holds it, not the storm itself. You are the container, not the crisis. You are the space, not the struggle. It's hard to remember that when you're in the middle of it, when your breath is shallow, when your chest aches, when your thoughts spiral faster than you can catch them. You try to function through it, smile through it, work through it, and people might not even notice, because you've learned how to keep it hidden, how to carry the storm with grace, how to keep showing up even when you feel like falling apart. But just because others don't see the weight doesn't mean it's not heavy. And just because you've gotten good at surviving the storm doesn't mean you don't deserve to rest from it. There is nothing wrong with you for feeling overwhelmed. There is nothing broken in you because peace doesn't come easily. Your sensitivity is not a flaw. Your emotional depth is not a weakness. The storm inside is not a sign of failure. It is a response, a reaction, a system of defense and memory and emotion, all trying to process more than they were ever meant to hold, alone. And tonight, you don't have to hold it alone. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to control it. You just have to acknowledge that it is there, and that you are still here to dot. Let your breath be the beginning of the quiet. Not because it will silence everything, but because it gives your body something else to follow. A softer rhythm, a slower pace. Let the air move through you like a thread, stitching you back together. Inhale, hold, exhale, again, again. You are not doing this wrong. You are not supposed to be calm all the time. You are not expected to be untouched by emotion. You are human. And being human means being weathered sometimes. It means having storms. It means learning how to be gentle with yourself while they pass. Close your eyes if that feels safe. Or just soften your gaze. Let the world blur a little. Let the sharpness fade. You are not in danger right now. You are not under attack. You are simply inside a moment that feels big. Bigger than your body, bigger than your breath, but not bigger than your soul. Your soul has room for this. Your soul has room for storms and softness both. You are not too much for your own self. Even when it feels like your emotions are overflowing, your inner world is vast enough to hold them. And that is not a flaw. That is a gift. You've been told to calm down, to get over it, to think rationally. But what if the point was never to silence the storm? What if the point was to learn how to sit with it, to understand its patterns, to watch it move without judging its presence, to say, I see you, I feel you, but I am more than you. That is where your power lives, not in avoiding the storm, but in remembering who you are in the middle of it, in returning to your breath, even when the air feels heavy, in reaching for stillness, even when your mind is loud, and even if the storm stays for a while, that's okay. It doesn't mean you're failing. It means your nervous system is still learning how to trust peace. It means your body is still. processing things it never had the time or safety to process before. Let yourself feel without rushing. Let yourself rest without fixing. Let yourself exist without needing to explain why. The storm does not need your punishment. It needs your permission. To move through, to rise and fall, to arrive and pass. And you can give it that simply by staying here, breathing, listening, without judgment. You are not your storm. Say it softly to yourself if you need to. I am not my storm. I am not my chaos. I am not my fear. I am the one witnessing it all. I am the one still standing, still breathing, still trying. I am the one choosing to rest in the middle of it, even when it feels impossible. And that choice, that tiny act of resistance against the urge to collapse, is everything. That is where healing begins, not in perfection, not in silence, but in the slow, quiet act of staying. Let the night hold you now. Let the room wrap itself around you like a soft shield. Let the storm pass through you without defining you. Let your heart beat slowly, not because it's empty of feeling, but because it finally feels seen. You do not have to be fixed to be loved. You do not have to be calm to be worthy. You are allowed to be a thunderous, aching, breathing being and still deserve rest. Let sleep come like a soft rain, washing over the tight places, cooling the heat, reminding your soul that you are still safe, even when the storm is loud. You had a vision once. Maybe it wasn't detailed, maybe it wasn't perfect, but it was yours. It lived quietly inside your chest, shaping the way you moved, the way you tried, the way you waited. It gave meaning to your effort, to the long days, to the compromises you made in silence, and for a while you believed it was within reach. You believed that if you did the right things, said the right words, stayed kind, stayed consistent, life would eventually meet you in the middle. But it didn't. The path curved, the ending changed, the people shifted. And somewhere between where you were and where you thought you'd be, something got lost. You're not sure when you started letting go. Not all at once. It happened in pieces. A postponed dream here, a quiet disappointment there, a plan that kept needing to be rescheduled, a person who slowly drifted, a version of you that no longer fit the shape of the world around it. And now, when you look back at those plans, they feel both close and distant. You remember the feeling of wanting them. You remember the hope. But the world didn't cooperate. Time moved differently. People left or changed. Your heart had to adapt. And part of you still mourns what could have been, even if you've never said it aloud. There is a strange kind of grief in plans that don't come true. It's not loud, it's not the kind that others notice or name. It's quiet, lingering, a subtle ache that shows up when you see someone living a life that looks a little like the one you wanted. A heaviness that arrives when you think about where you thought you'd be by now. And you try to rationalize it. You try to remind yourself that life is complex, that growth is non-linear, that everyone's timeline is different, and all of that is true, but it doesn't erase the ache. And tonight, in this stillness, you are allowed to feel it. You don't need to pretend that it didn't matter. You don't need to convince yourself that you never really wanted it. You are allowed to grieve the version of your life that didn't unfold. You are allowed to miss the dream, even if it was fragile, even if it wasn't perfect, even if you understand, logically, why it didn't work out. Logic and grief live in different rooms, and just because you've adjusted doesn't mean you don't carry the softness of those old hopes somewhere inside you. Let your breath be gentle as you touch that place. Let your shoulders relax as you remember the you who dreamed with open hands. You were never naive for wanting joy. You were never foolish for making plans. You were simply trying to shape a future that felt kind, that felt beautiful. And the fact that it didn't happen the way you imagined does not mean you failed. It means life showed you a different path, one you didn't choose, one you wouldn't have asked for, but one that still holds meaning, even if it doesn't yet make sense. You have survived your own becoming. You have walked through seasons you weren't prepared for. You have carried dreams that never landed and still found a way to keep your heart open. That is not weakness. That is resilience. And just because the plan didn't unfold as you hoped doesn't mean your story is broken. It means it is real, alive, untamed by your timeline, more complicated than your vision. And in that mesensis, there is something sacred. You may not have ended up where you wanted to be, but you are still becoming, still unfolding, still moving, still breathing. And while some parts of your journey were made of detours and delays, others were made of unexpected gifts. People you wouldn't have met if the plan had worked. Moments of softness that never would have arrived on the timeline you imagined. Versions of yourself that only surface through the quiet ache of disappointment. There is beauty in that, even if it's not the beauty you asked for. Tonight, let yourself breathe into the gap between what you wanted and what is. Let that space exist without needing to fix it. Let it be a quiet room where both grief and gratitude can sit beside each other. You can mourn the dream and still be thankful for the growth. You can ache for what didn't happen and still be proud of how far you've come. You don't have to choose. You are allowed to hold both, because real healing isn't about replacing the plan. It's about making peace with the path. Let your breath soften the edges of that ache. Let it move slowly, kindly. You don't need to know what comes next. You don't need to have another dream ready to replace the one that faded. You can rest in the space between. You can lie here tonight, just as you are, without needing to prove anything to the world or to yourself. Your worth was never tied to the outcome. It was always in the showing up, in the trying, in the quiet courage of imagining a life worth living. If sleep comes, let it hold you gently. Let the ache dissolve into rest. Let the unfinished plan loosen its grip. And if tomorrow brings new clarity, welcome it. But if it doesn't, that's okay too. You are allowed to take your time. You are allowed to move slowly. You are allowed to not know, because even in the absence of a perfect plan, you are still enough. You are still whole. And this life, even now, even here, still belongs to you. There comes a point where your hands grow tired of holding, where your arms ache not from the weight itself, but from how long you've been carrying it. The thought of setting it down sounds simple, yet when the moment comes, something inside resists. Letting go sounds like peace in theory, but in practice it feels like loss, like failure, like giving up on something that once meant everything. You've told yourself you're strong for holding on, and you are. But tonight, let's make space for a different kind of strength. The kind that allows the fingers to loosen, not because you no longer care, but because you care too much to keep hurting. There is a fine line between persistence and self-abandonment, between dedication and depletion, and no one teaches you where that line begins. So you keep showing up, you keep trying, you keep hoping that if you just say it right, do it better, wait a little longer, something will shift, that they'll understand, that the situation will change, that the weight will become lighter. But time keeps passing, and the shift never comes. And yet you hesitate, you stall, you replay the moments that made you stay. Because letting go feels like saying that none of it mattered. That the time, the effort, the love you gave meant nothing. But that's not true. It mattered, and it will always matter. But not everything that matters is meant to stay. Sometimes we hold on because letting go feels like surrendering to the unknown. Because the pain we know feels safer than the silence that might follow. Because grief with clarity feels easier than the emptiness that healing requires. And yet your soul knows. Deep down, beneath the logic, beneath the fear, there is a voice that whispers, "This is costing too much. This is asking you to shrink too far. This is stretching you in a way that no longer leads to growth." And it's okay to listen to that voice. It's okay to want relief, not because you gave up, but because you are ready to stop breaking yourself for something that no longer returns to you. Letting go is not weakness. It is not indifference. It is not failure. It is choosing to be on your own side. It is choosing to create space in your life where pain once lived. It is deciding that your peace matters more than your attachment. And that's hard, especially when you've poured your identity into what you were holding. When your story was built around fixing, helping, holding on. But identities can evolve. Stories can be rewritten. You do not have to keep playing a part just because you've memorized the lines. You are allowed to step out of the scene. You are allowed to choose a different ending. Maybe they won't understand. Maybe the situation won't give you closure. Maybe the questions will stay unanswered. And that hurts. But closure doesn't always come from the outside. Sometimes it's a quiet decision made in the dark. A final exhale. A silent vow whispered into your own chest that says, "I've done enough. I've tried enough. I've stayed long enough. And now I'm ready to be free." You don't need someone's permission to move forward. You don't need a perfect goodbye to begin healing. You only need your own willingness to stop clinging to what keeps wounding you. Let your breath reflect that shift. Inhale slowly, as if clearing space. Exhale fully, as if loosening the threads. Your body knows how to let go, even when your mind resists. It knows how to unclench, how to soften, how to stop fighting the inevitable. Trust that. Trust your fatigue. Trust your longing for peace. Trust that your intuition is not betraying you. It is guiding you towards something quieter, something gentler, something that does not require your suffering to be real. You can mourn and still move forward. You can grieve and still grow. You can love what once was and still know it is time to release it. The heart is vast enough for both sorrow and hope. Let both exist tonight. Let the tears come if they need to. Let your chest ache if it must. But let the ache be a sign of release, not of failure. Let it be proof that you stayed until your spirit said it was time to go. And now you are listening. You are not giving up. You are letting go of what keeps you small. You are letting go of the expectations that ask you to betray yourself. You are letting go of the fantasy that someone else's change will save you. You are returning to yourself, slowly, quietly, without applause, without a final scene, just breath, just softness, just the steady rhythm of a soul that is learning to walk away with grace. And if you wake tomorrow with doubt, that's okay. If the longing comes back, that's okay. If you miss it, the dream, the person, the promise, that's okay. But let that missing live alongside your decision. Let it be a reminder that you are capable of feeling deeply without needing to stay stuck in the pain. Let it remind you that love was never meant to chain you to your suffering. You can love something and still release it. You can remember something and still move forward. Tonight, let your body feel the first quiet moments of freedom. Let your hands rest. Let your shoulders drop. Let the future remain unwritten for now. You are not late. You are not broken. You are simply learning how to be without what once defined you. And in that space, there is something sacred forming. Something new. Something soft. Something that belongs to no one else but you. You've been waiting for the words, for the moment, for the clean ending. You've imagined it so many times in your mind, played it out like a scene you never got to live. The apology that never came, the truth you never got to hear. The message that might have made everything feel okay, or at least made sense. You held on through the confusion, not because you wanted the pain to last, but because some part of you needed answers before you could rest. You thought maybe if you just understood why it happened the way it did, you could stop thinking about it. If you just had that one final conversation, your chest might stop aching. But that conversation never came. Or maybe it did, but it didn't bring peace. And now you're left in the space between what you needed and what you got. Closure is often sold to us as something external. A final moment that wraps everything neatly. A sentence that makes the ending feel clean. But life doesn't always offer that. Sometimes people leave without saying goodbye. Sometimes they say goodbye without meaning it. Sometimes the story ends without a final page, and it hurts deeply. It makes your mind spiral through all the questions it couldn't ask. It makes your body stay tense long after the person is gone. It makes the door feel half open, half closed, and you stand there waiting, unsure whether to hope or move on. That's the grief of incomplete endings. It's not loud like heartbreak. It's quiet, lingering, persistent. It follows you in the way you still check your phone, in the way you replay the last interaction, in the way you doubt your own memory of how things really were. But here is the quiet truth no one says out loud often enough. You do not need closure to be free. You do not need their final words to choose rest. You do not need permission to heal. Closure is not a gift they give you. It is a decision you make, not because you're over it, not because you stopped caring, but because you're tired of giving your peace away to someone who no longer shows up, because you deserve to breathe without waiting for a reason to exhale, because your nervous system deserves relief, even if your heart is still holding questions. Tonight, let yourself stop waiting. Let yourself soften into the truth that some stories don't resolve. Some people don't return. Some apologies never arrive. And still, you are allowed to rest. You are allowed to close your eyes without closure. You are allowed to sleep without understanding why. You don't have to pretend it didn't matter. You don't have to erase the memories. You just don't have to carry them like unfinished business anymore. You can honor what happened and still move forward. You can feel the ache and still build something new. Both can be true. You are not weak for wanting answers. You are not broken because you hoped for clarity. But now, you are allowed to want peace more. Not as a way to erase the past, but as a way to stop letting it interrupt your present. You are allowed to take your energy back, to stop rehearsing what you should have said, to stop waiting for someone else to bring you closure in a language they may never be able to speak. Maybe they don't have the words. Maybe they don't feel what you feel. Maybe they left because they couldn't handle the truth. You were brave enough to face. Whatever the reason, it does not have to keep you stuck. Closure is not a perfect understanding. It is a boundary you set with the past. A moment where you say, I may never get what I deserved, but I will not keep punishing myself for it. I may never hear the truth, but I will not keep lying to myself to make sense of it. I may never know their reasons, but I know mine, and that is enough. Let that be your release tonight. Let that be the soft decision you make with your breath. I choose peace, not because I have all the answers, but because I'm done holding the weight of questions that are no longer mine to carry. Breathe slowly now. Let the exhale be a little longer. Let your shoulders drop from the quiet tension they've held. This is not giving up. This is giving yourself back the power you handed over in the name of closure. You don't need to chase it anymore. You don't need to reach back into what hurt just to make it feel complete. You can feel the ache and still rest. You can feel the loss and still be whole. You can move forward without a map, trusting that your heart knows how to make meaning from things that didn't end the way they should have. And if the questions come back tomorrow, let them. You don't have to answer them. You don't have to engage. You can let them drift through like clouds. You can say, I see you, but I'm not going there tonight. I am not opening that door. I am not waiting at that threshold anymore. You are not cold for doing this. You are not selfish. You are protecting your peace. You are honoring your capacity. You are choosing to sleep with your own heartbeat instead of someone else's silence. Let this moment be a beginning, not of forgetting, but of choosing differently. Of choosing not to let what you didn't receive decide how you feel about yourself. You deserved more, and now you can give it to yourself. You can give yourself the quiet, the stillness, the safety, the love. You can choose to become the closure you were waiting for, not because it's easy, not because it's fast, but because you are ready, because peace is not something they give you. It's something you allow yourself. Tonight, you are free to rest without explanation, without resolution, without a clean ending. Let your body soften into that freedom. Let your breath carry you somewhere safer. You do not have to understand why it happened. You only need to know that you survived it. And that is enough. You've spent so much time trying to get it right. Every word carefully chosen, every tone softened, every sentence adjusted before it even leaves your mouth. You rehearse the conversation in your mind, editing it in real time, trying to predict how they'll respond. Will they be hurt? Will they misunderstand? Will they pull away? And so you shape yourself around their possible reaction before they even speak. You speak gently, not because you're unsure, but because you're afraid your truth will sound too loud. You hold back, not because you're dishonest, but because you've learned that being real sometimes comes with consequences. And deep down, the truth you never say out loud is this: you're not just afraid of being rejected, you're afraid of being misunderstood for being honest. It comes from somewhere. From a history of raised voices, from moments when you finally spoke up, only to be met with silence or anger, from times when your vulnerability was twisted, your boundaries made into burdens. So you began to anticipate. You studied how people changed when they didn't like what they heard. You became an expert in emotional damage control. You blamed yourself for their defensiveness. You asked, what could I have done differently, even when you were already shrinking to fit their comfort? And over time, a pattern took root. A quiet, steady belief that you are responsible not only for what you say, but for how they feel when they hear it. But you are not. Their reaction is not your responsibility. Their discomfort is not your fault. Their interpretation is shaped by their own story, their own fears, their own conditioning. You can speak with love and still be met with resistance. You can set a boundary with care and still be seen as cruel. You can explain your heart clearly and still be misheard. That is not a failure. That is the nature of human connection. Messy, imperfect, touched by every past wound a person carries. You are allowed to express yourself even if it doesn't land the way you hoped. Let that truth soften the weight in your chest tonight. Let it loosen the grip you've kept around your own voice. You are not here to manage other people's feelings. You are here to live fully within your own. You are not here to be a mirror that reflects what they want to see. You are here to be a person with needs, thoughts, fears, and truths that deserve to be heard, even if they are not always received with understanding. And sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for yourself is to speak without expecting to be perfectly understood. It doesn't mean you stop caring. It doesn't mean you speak harshly or without awareness. You will always be someone who leads with empathy. That's part of your beauty. But empathy does not mean erasing yourself. It does not mean turning every word into a question mark just to soften its impact. There will always be people who react in ways you didn't see coming. People who blame you for their feelings. People who hear things you never said. That is not yours to carry. You do not need to fix the way someone else chooses to feel about your truth. You can love someone and still disappoint them. You can do your best and still be seen as wrong. You can be honest and still be misunderstood. And it is painful. It makes you want to retreat, to explain it all over again, to take it back, but you don't need to. The goal is not to be perfect in your delivery. The goal is to be free in your expression, to stop bending backward to control outcomes you never had power over, to stop making your peace dependent on someone else's reaction. You can let go of the idea that your worth is tied to being received well. Tonight, breathe into that freedom. Breathe into the possibility that you can say what is real and let it stand. That you can show up without performing. That you can speak and not follow every word with fear. Let the air move through you slowly. Let it remind your nervous system that you are not in trouble. That being honest is not dangerous. That being misunderstood is not the same as being wrong. That you can hold space for your truth, even when someone else cannot. Let your shoulders drop. Let your throat soften. You do not have to hold the entire world in place. You do not have to predict every reaction to feel safe. Your safety does not come from how gently they respond. It comes from how fully you allow yourself to show up. It comes from knowing you spoke with care, even if the result was uncomfortable. It comes from the decision to be loyal to yourself first, and that loyalty will guide you through the discomfort. If you think back now, you'll remember the times you stayed silent to keep the peace, the times you nodded when your heart was screaming, the times you smiled even when something inside you shattered. And maybe it made things easier in the moment. Maybe it kept the connection intact, but it cost you something. It cost you honesty. It cost you ease. It cost you rest. And now you are reclaiming that cost. You are choosing to stop editing yourself to be more digestible. You are choosing to risk discomfort in favor of freedom. And yes, there may be fallout. Someone may take it the wrong way. Someone may pull away. But if they do, it is not because you were wrong to speak. It is because they were not ready to hear. And that is not yours to fix. Your job is not to protect everyone from the truth. Your job is to be gentle and clear with yourself first, to speak with integrity, to trust that your intentions are rooted in love, to remember that your truth is not poison and it does not require apology. Let this night hold the parts of you that are still afraid. Let it cradle the version of you that flinches at every sharp response, that waits for anger, that anticipates withdrawal. Let that version know they are safe now. They are heard. They are no longer alone in managing every emotional ripple. Let sleep come, not when you've explained yourself perfectly, but when you've given yourself permission to stop trying. Peace is not in being understood by everyone. It is in knowing that you stayed true to yourself. There is something sacred about a breath that isn't forced, a breath that doesn't rush to the next moment, a breath that arrives fully and leaves slowly, like it knows there's nothing left to chase. We overlook it most days. It blends into the rhythm of our responsibilities, hidden beneath the noise of what needs to be done, where we need to go, who we need to be. Breathing becomes automatic, survival-based, stripped of intention. And yet, there are moments rare, often quiet, when a single breath feels like the most honest thing in the world. When your body finally remembers what it feels like to exist without urgency. And tonight, you are being invited into one of those moments. You've lived much of your life inside of tension. Not the kind that people always see, but the kind that settles in your chest when you're trying too hard. The kind that tightens your jaw when you're being polite instead of honest. The kind that stiffens your shoulders when you're worried about how you're being perceived. You've carried it for years, this invisible pressure to perform, to be fine, to stay ahead, to keep it together, and it shaped your breathing too. Short, shallow, controlled, because somewhere along the way you learned that softness wasn't always safe, that stillness wasn't always allowed, that rest had to be earned. But breath doesn't ask you to prove anything. It doesn't measure your worth. It doesn't care what you achieved today. It returns again and again, quietly, consistently, offering you a place to land. Even now, especially now, in this soft space you've carved out for healing. You don't need to do anything to deserve this breath. You don't need to solve anything first. You don't need to wait until your mind is clear. Let that be the beauty of it. Let that be the reason you pause, because not everything has to be rushed. Not everything has to be productive. Some things, like your breath, are worthy simply because they keep you here. Notice it now, gently, without effort, without expectation. Let it fill your chest, not because you're trying to fix something, but because you're finally making room. Let it leave you slowly, like a tide pulling back to make space for peace. Let the rhythm be natural, like you are remembering something ancient and true, something your body always knew but your mind had forgotten, that you are allowed to be here. That presence does not require perfection. That stillness is not wasted time. When you were younger, maybe no one taught you how to be still. Maybe you learned that quiet was dangerous, that silence meant disconnection, that calmness was a signal that something was about to go wrong. So, your breath mirrored that. It stayed tight, quick, ready, always on alert, always listening for what might happen next. You trained your body to live in defense, even while trying to offer love. You trained your breath to protect, not to rest. And you survived that way. You did what you had to do. But now, slowly, gently, your breath is asking for something different. It is asking to be trusted, to take up more space, to move deeper into the places you've kept guarded. It is asking you to let go, not in the dramatic sense, but in the quiet way a flower unfolds in the morning. Gradual, natural, safe. You do not have to open all at once. You do not have to force anything. This breath is not a performance. It is a reunion. between you and your body, between you and the moment, between you and the truth that rest is not a reward, it is a right. You may not be used to this kind of softness. It may feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. That's okay. You are allowed to be awkward with peace. You are allowed to unlearn the urgency slowly. You are allowed to take time with your own healing. Every breath is a step. Every exhale is a release. You do not need to rush through recovery. You do not need to rush through anything at all. This world moves fast enough. Let this moment be where you slow down, not because you have to, but because you finally can. And if your thoughts come back while you're breathing, let them. Do not scold them. Do not chase them away. Just return, quietly, patiently, as many times as you need. Let your breath be the rhythm that guides you home. Let it say, I am here, I am safe, I am allowed to take up space. Let it say, I do not need to hold my breath to be loved. I do not need to shrink to be accepted. I do not need to rush through life to prove I belong in it. There is something sacred about this moment you are choosing, something holy about deciding, right here, that your peace matters more than your pace, that your healing matters more than your performance, that your breath is not just a function, but a message, a prayer, a small act of defiance in a world that demands more. You are choosing to do less. You are choosing to exist, and that is more than enough. Let your chest rise now, slowly. Let your breath fall without effort. No need to count, no need to guide. Just trust it, just let it be. If this moment brings you comfort, let it stay. If it brings you softness, let it grow. And if it brings you nothing but a single quiet pause, that is beautiful too. There is beauty in the breath that isn't rushed, in the life that isn't hurried, in the healing that comes not in a moment, but in 1,000 gentle choices like this. You are here now, breathing, and that is everything. You've carried the weight of blame longer than most people realize. It settled into your skin quietly, like dust over time. Maybe it wasn't always spoken out loud, but you felt it in glances, in silence, in the way others responded when you were simply being yourself. You learned early that when something went wrong, it was safer to look inward than outward. Safer to say, maybe it's me, maybe I'm too much, maybe I'm not enough. That thought took root slowly and subtly. It shaped the way you explained yourself, the way you held your breath around certain people, the way you apologized even when you didn't know what for. And after a while, it didn't feel like a thought anymore. It just felt like truth. But what if it isn't? What if that idea that you were always the one to blame is not a reflection of your reality, but a shadow from someone else's? What if you absorbed responsibility because no one else was strong enough to hold their part of it? What if the discomfort others projected had nothing to do with your worth? What if their inability to love you properly was about their limits, not your lack? That question is hard to sit with, because if it wasn't you, then what was all the pain for? Why did you spend so many years trying to fix yourself for people who never really saw you? There is a sorrow in that realization, not just for the love you didn't receive, but for the way you bent yourself to become someone who might deserve it. You learned to be quiet when you wanted to speak, to be agreeable when you had something different to say, to be soft even when you felt sharp. You learned to read between lines, to manage moods, to carry the weight of other people's chaos so they wouldn't make it your fault. But inside, you knew. There was a part of you that always whispered, I don't think this is mine to hold. You just didn't know what else to do. Tonight, you don't have to figure it all out. You don't have to solve the whole story. But let's gently sit with that question. What if you were never the problem? What if your emotions were never too much? What if your sensitivity was a strength all along? What if your boundaries weren't selfish but wise? What if your softness wasn't weakness but a language that no one around you had learned to speak? Think of how differently the past looks through that lens. The moments when you were made to feel like a burden, not because you were one, but because your truth disrupted someone else's comfort. The times you were called dramatic, not because you overreacted, but because you reacted at all in a space that rewarded numbness. You were asking to be held when others had never learned how to hold. You were asking to be seen by people who only knew how to look at their own reflection. You were offering love in languages that required listening, patience, empathy, things that were in short supply in the places you were born into, grew into, stayed too long inside. You were not the problem. You were the mirror. And sometimes, mirrors make people uncomfortable when they're not ready to see themselves clearly. Let that truth sink in without resistance. Let it move through the places that still hold guilt. You are not here to keep fixing what you didn't break. You are not required to keep shrinking to stay accepted. The people who truly see you will never ask you to become less in order to stay. And the ones who did, that was about them, not you. Their fear, their wounds, their limits. Not your value, not your heart, not your soul. Let your body hear what your mind has been so afraid to accept. That you are lovable, even when you take up space. That you are worthy, even when someone doesn't understand you. That you are safe, even when someone else is uncomfortable. You do not have to carry their discomfort anymore. You are allowed to hand it back, quietly, gently, without a fight. Just release it. Let your breath be the sign that you no longer need to carry blame like a second skin. And if you feel anger tonight, let it rise. If you feel grief, let it speak. This is not about erasing the past. It's about seeing it clearly for the first time. It's about honoring the version of you who kept showing up even when the world kept handing them the wrong story. It's about finally, softly, rewriting that story in a way that doesn't send to shame. You are not the problem. You were never the problem. You were the light in a room that didn't know how to hold brightness without squinting. Let your breath soften now. Let the tension begin to fade. Not because everything is resolved, but because you are no longer arguing with your worth. You can rest tonight not as someone seeking forgiveness, but as someone reclaiming their peace. You can close your eyes without replaying what you could have done differently. You can exist in this moment without needing to prove anything to anyone. That is the kind of freedom your soul has been waiting for. You will not be everyone's favorite. Not everyone will understand your heart, but your value is not up for negotiation. It is not decided by applause or silence. It is not defined by how icily you are received. It is rooted in something deeper, in the way you love, in the way you try, in the way you keep returning to yourself even after years of believing the wrong story. That is where your power lives now, not in changing for others, but in coming home to your truth, quietly, fully, finally. And as sleep begins to wrap around you, may you feel that truth like a soft hand on your back. You are not broken. You are not a burden. You are not the problem. You are a soul that kept going even when it was misunderstood. You are allowed to rest in that. There is a moment, and it may not come loudly, when you begin to see the shape of your worry for what it really is. Not a protector, not a guide, not a sign of love, just a well-worn habit, tenderly built from a lifetime of trying to stay ahead of pain. You may have thought that if you could anticipate the worst, it would somehow never arrive. If you could think through every outcome, every reaction, every possible scenario, then maybe the world wouldn't catch you off guard. You wouldn't be hurt. You wouldn't feel lost. You wouldn't be blindsided like before. Worry became your shadow, your planner, your armor, and for a long time, it felt like it kept you safe. But there comes a quiet day when the exhaustion seeps in deeper than usual, when the spiral of thoughts doesn't lead to clarity, only more loops, when you realize your mind has been working overtime for a storm that hasn't even come, and in that stillness, you begin to wonder, what if worry isn't protecting me? What if it's only keeping me tense, keeping me small, keeping me away from the peace I keep promising myself I'll find? What if all the mental rehearsals aren't making me more prepared, just more tired? You weren't born this way. You learned to worry. Somewhere in your story, maybe chaos arrived without warning. Maybe trust was broken by someone who promised not to. Maybe the ground fell out from under you on an ordinary afternoon, and from that day forward, your mind began building scaffolding, just in case, just to be ready, just to make sure next time wouldn't hurt as badly. And in that space, worry began to feel like control, like power, like something you could hold on to while everything else felt unpredictable. But worry doesn't stop the pain. It only makes you feel it twice, once in anticipation, and then again when it actually arrives. It robs the present to pay a debt the future might never collect. It takes the soft moments and wraps them in tension, just in case they disappear. It convinces you that vigilance is the price of safety, that being relaxed means being unprepared. But your nervous system isn't meant to live in red alert. Your spirit isn't designed to be on call for what-ifs. You deserve to feel calm even when everything isn't certain. You deserve to feel safe even when outcomes haven't been decided. Let yourself begin to notice the difference tonight. The difference between readiness and restlessness, between care and control, between intuition and anxiety. You can love deeply without scanning every room for danger. You can be prepared without being on edge. You can hope without preparing for heartbreak every time your heart opens. That is not naive. That is trust, not just in life, but in yourself. Trust that if something hard comes, you will meet it with the strength you've built slowly, quietly, over years. Trust that you don't need to pre-feel every possible grief to survive it. And if you don't feel that trust yet, that's okay. It's not about switching worry off like a light. It's about softening your grip on it, little by little. It's about noticing when your thoughts start spinning and saying gently, I see you, but I don't have to follow you right now. It's about letting your breath be longer than your fears. Letting your body rest, even when your mind isn't sure how. You don't have to be worry-free to begin healing. You only have to be willing to believe that worry isn't your only option. There are parts of you that still think worry equals love. That if you don't overthink every word, it means you don't care enough. That if you're not anxious, it means you're being careless. But love doesn't ask you to suffer preemptively. Love doesn't require pain as proof. And you, just as you are, don't need to carry the weight of every possible outcome to be responsible. You are allowed to trust that some things will go well. You are allowed to believe that not every quiet moment will be broken. You are allowed to stop bracing for impact when no crash is coming. Breathe slower now. Let this be one of those rare moments when your body remembers it doesn't have to protect itself from everything. Let your shoulders drop without asking for permission. Let your jaw soften. Let your stomach unclench. Worry lives in these places, in the subtle, unseen ways. Your body tightens to stay in control. But right now, there is nothing you need to fix. Nothing you need to predict. Nothing you need to manage. You are allowed to be here exactly as you are, without running simulations in your head. And when the thoughts return, because they will, you don't have to fight them. You don't have to argue with them. Just return. Just breathe. Just remember that worrying is not the same as caring. It is not the same as protecting. It is not the same as preparing. It is simply a habit, one that may have served you once, but no longer has to define how you live. You are allowed to learn a new rhythm, one that starts with trust, one that allows space for peace, even when everything isn't perfect. You do not have to earn peace through overthinking. You do not have to prove your love by exhausting your mind. You do not have to be 10 steps ahead of life to be worthy of rest. The world will keep moving, with or without your worry. But your soul, it longs for stillness, for silence, for softness. And tonight, that is what you're choosing. Not because you've solved everything, not because the fear is gone, but because you're ready to believe there is another way to live. The day you realize worry doesn't keep you safe is the day you begin to feel safe in ways you never thought possible. It is the day you start hearing your breath more clearly than your thoughts. The day you stop bracing and start opening. The day you stop preparing for pain and start welcoming peace. Let tonight be that day. Let this breath be the beginning. There's a quiet kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from lack of sleep, but from carrying the belief that you have to justify every moment of rest, that you can't slow down unless you've crossed every item off the list. That peace is a prize you earn only after proving your worth through output, sacrifice, performance. Maybe it started early, when you were praised for being helpful, productive, agreeable, when rest was seen as laziness, when sitting still was questioned, when you were taught that value comes from what you do, not who you are. And over time, that belief settled into your skin. It whispered, "Don't stop yet. You haven't done enough. You haven't been enough," so you kept going, even when your body begged you to pause. Even when your heart needed slowness more than progress, you kept pushing through. You celebrated your own burnout as discipline. You told yourself that rest would come later, after the work was done, after the needs were met, after the expectations were fulfilled, but later kept moving. The goalpost shifted, and rest, that gentle thing your soul kept longing for, stayed out of reach, not because it wasn't available, but because the door to it was locked behind the idea that you had to earn it. But tonight, let that door open, quietly, kindly, without needing permission. Let it open to the truth that rest is not a reward, it is a right. You do not need to finish the to-do list to be allowed to exhale. You do not need to fix every mistake, answer every message, fulfill every role before you can close your eyes. You do not need to prove your exhaustion in order to justify your stillness. You are allowed to rest because you are human, because you breathe, because you carry so much, even when no one sees it. Think about how many invisible things you hold in a day, the mental tabs that never close, the emotional labor that goes unnoticed, the decisions you make for others, the way you soften your tone to avoid conflict, the way you anticipate needs before they are spoken, the way you hold back tears because there's no space to let them fall. These things don't show up on checklists. but they take something from you. And when you finally lie down at night, it's not just physical tiredness you feel, it's the weight of constantly proving your usefulness to a world that never stops asking for more. Let tonight be different. Let your rest be radical. Let it be defiant. Let it say, I do not need to do more to be enough. I do not need to be perfect to be allowed to pause. I do not need to earn back the softness my soul is craving. Close your eyes now, not because everything is done, but because your being matters more than your doing. Let your breath fall gently into your body. Let it remind you that even now, even in this moment, you are deserving of care. You are not lazy for being tired. You are not weak for needing stillness. You are not selfish for wanting to step away. Rest is not the absence of effort. It is the space where healing happens. It is where your nervous system rebalances. It is where your inner voice becomes clearer. It is where your strength is restored, not in motion, but in quiet. And the more you learn to honor that, the more you realize how many lies you've been told about what makes you worthy. You were never meant to hustle for peace. You were never meant to earn your right to exist through constant doing. Your value was never conditional. You were always enough, even when you were still, even when you did less, even when you simply breathed. And yes, the world may not have reflected that truth to you. It may have praised your productivity and overlooked your pain. It may have rewarded your busyness and ignored your burnout. But you are allowed to write a new story now, one where rest is sacred, not shameful. And if guilt arises while you rest, notice it without judgment. Say to it, I see you. I know you were taught that stopping means falling behind, that pausing means you're not strong, but that story is no longer yours to carry. You can rest and still be valuable. You can rest and still be loved. You can rest and still be successful. In fact, your rest might be the very thing that allows you to reconnect with what matters most, not just goals or achievements, but peace, presence, purpose. Let your body believe what your mind is beginning to understand, that rest is not the opposite of growth, it is part of it. That slowing down doesn't mean you're giving up, it means you're tuning in. That taking care of yourself doesn't mean you're neglecting others. It means you're honoring the one person who has always carried the weight, you. And that matters. It matters deeply. So tonight, allow yourself to fall into the arms of rest without apology. Let the quiet cradle you. Let the stillness say what no praise ever could, that you are safe, you are enough, and you do not have to do anything more tonight. Not for love, not for worth, not for peace. All of that already belongs to you. And if this moment brings you comfort, let it stay. Let it wrap around your tired bones and whisper, you're allowed to stop. You're allowed to rest. You've always been allowed. And now, finally, you are choosing it. Letting go is one of the most misunderstood acts of strength. From the outside, it can look like giving up, like walking away, like surrendering something that mattered. But on the inside, it is rarely so. Simple. Letting go means loosening the grip on what once gave you identity, even if that identity came with pain. It means releasing the illusion that holding on longer will finally make things right. It means trusting that peace does not come from control, but from acceptance. And perhaps most quietly of all, letting go often means mourning the version of yourself who kept trying to hold it all together. You've held on to a lot, not just memories or relationships, but expectations, roles, fears, stories. You've held on to old conversations, to the words that weren't said, to the versions of events you kept rewriting in your head. You've clutched tight to guilt that wasn't yours, to hopes that maybe this time they'll change. Maybe this time you'll be enough. Maybe this time you'll finally feel safe. Letting go of those hopes doesn't mean you're cold. It means you're learning to give yourself what you waited for others to give. It means you're choosing reality over fantasy, truth over potential, your well-being over someone else's comfort. There's a part of you that may still think letting go equals failure, that to release means you didn't try hard enough, that to stop fighting means you didn't care deeply enough. But look closely. You tried, again and again. You showed up, you gave, you adjusted, you stayed. Not because it was easy, but because you believed in the goodness of holding on. And now, as your soul begins to soften its grip, that same goodness lives in your decision to stop, not out of anger, not out of spite, but out of out of wisdom, out of a quiet knowing that your energy is precious and your peace is no longer up for negotiation. Letting go may not happen all at once. It might not come with a clean break or a dramatic moment. Sometimes it happens slowly, gently, in moments where you stop responding, stop explaining, stop chasing closure from someone who never wanted to give it. Sometimes letting go means not sending that message, not defending yourself one more time, not rereading that old conversation hoping to find a different meaning. It's not about forgetting, it's about choosing to stop bleeding energy into a wound that has already scarred over. Let your body notice how it feels to release something that has weighed you down for too long. Let your breath deepen without the pressure to carry so much. Let your shoulders drop, not because everything is solved, but because you are no longer forcing answers to questions that were never yours to carry. Letting go is not erasure. It is an offering to yourself, a way of saying, I deserve peace, even if it looks like silence. I deserve rest, even if they never understand. I deserve to stop carrying this, even if no one ever apologized. And if grief rises as you release, honor it. You are not weak for feeling sad about what didn't work. You are not broken for missing something that hurt you. Letting go is not the end of feeling, it is the beginning of feeling clearly, of giving yourself permission to grieve what never became, of giving yourself space to imagine something more honest, more grounded, more kind. Your tears are not a sign that you should turn back. They are proof that your heart was always open, that you showed up fully, that you cared more than they knew. Tonight, you are letting go not because you stopped loving, but because you started loving yourself more. Not because you were bitter, but because you were ready to feel lighter. Not because the past didn't matter, but because your future deserves room to grow. This is what strength looks like in its softest form. Not shouting, not slamming doors, just choosing, again and again, not to carry what dims your spirit. Letting go does not erase the beauty that once was. It simply says the story has shifted. It says you are ready to live in the present, not in the echo of something unfinished. You don't need everyone to understand why you're walking away. You don't need to explain why this moment feels different. You don't need anyone's permission to trust your own clarity. Let that be the freedom you feel as you lie here now. The freedom to say, I have carried enough, I have given enough, and now I let go. Breathe that in. Not as a command, but as a choice. Not as pressure, but as permission. Let your inhale say, I honor what was. Let your exhale say, I release what is no longer mine. Let your body soften into the quiet strength that comes with choosing yourself. And if tonight you don't feel brave, that's okay. Letting go doesn't require bravery. It only requires honesty. And you are already doing that just by being here, just by listening, just by breathing into this truth. You are not giving up. You are moving on. You are not abandoning anything. You are returning to yourself. You are not losing. You are lightening the load. And that is not failure. That is freedom. Freedom from the narratives that kept you stuck. Freedom from the guilt that wasn't yours. Freedom from the cycle of overextending and underachieving. That is the strength you carry now. Quiet, steady, unapologetic. Letting go is not about never looking back. It is about not needing the past to define your worth. It is about no longer seeking healing from the same place that hurt you. It is about standing still, breathing deeply, and realizing, even now, that you are whole, that you are capable of joy beyond this loss, that you are worthy of love that does not require struggle, that you are free to move forward with softness, with dignity, with grace. And if this moment feels like peace, let it stay. If it feels like a doorway, step through. If it feels like nothing at all, that's okay too. Not all healing is loud. Not all freedom shouts. Sometimes it sounds exactly like this: the quiet release of something that no longer belongs, and the gentle welcome of everything that now does. There is a kind of memory that doesn't live in words. It lives in your muscles, in the tightness behind your eyes, in the way your heart tenses when something familiar echoes too close. You don't think about it every day, but when it returns, it's never quiet. It doesn't ask for permission. It simply arrives, uninvited. A song, a smell, a glance, a silence, and suddenly you're no longer here. You're there again, in that moment you tried to bury. The one that still makes you flinch, not because it's loud anymore, but because your body never fully believed it was safe after that. Maybe you've asked yourself, why does it still hurt? Why does it still surface after all this time? Why can't I just let it go? But the truth is, you didn't choose to hold on to it. Your nervous system did. It remembered what your mind was trying to forget. It tried to protect you. And maybe that flinch is not weakness. Maybe it's not a failure to heal. Maybe it's the last echo of a pain that was never seen, never named, never soothed when it needed to be. That memory is not just a moment, it's a signal, a place in your story that still wants your tenderness. You were there, weren't you, fully present, wanting to do the right thing, wanting to believe the best in others, wanting to stay open even when your gut whispered something was wrong. And then, whatever happened, whether it was betrayal, abandonment, rejection, cruelty, it didn't just wound you, it confused you. You didn't know what to do with that pain, because it didn't make sense with the way you saw yourself, or with the way you saw them, and so you folded the memory into yourself, pressed it between the pages, told yourself it wasn't as bad as it felt. But tonight, let it be real. Let that version of you be held, not judged, not rushed, not silenced, just seen. Remember how tightly you clenched your jaw, how hard you tried to stay composed, how much of yourself you swallowed just to keep the peace. You didn't deserve that moment. You didn't ask for that pain. And even now, you might still blame yourself for not leaving sooner, for not speaking up, for trusting someone who didn't deserve it. But what if the truth is simpler than that? What if you were never wrong for wanting kindness? What if you were never at fault for being open, for being soft, for being real? It is okay to still flinch. It is okay that the past hasn't faded completely. Healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means learning how to live beside the memory without being pulled under by it. It means giving your body new experiences of safety, new reminders that not every silence is abandonment, not every closeness leads to pain, not every voice raised in the dark is meant to harm. You are allowed to feel the fear without surrendering to it. You are allowed to acknowledge the memory without reliving it. And you are allowed to heal at a pace that honors everything you've been through. There is a strength in the flinch. It says, I survived something. It says, I remember because it mattered. It says, I still care, even after all this time. And if you listen closely, that memory isn't just pain. It's also proof. Proof that you didn't become bitter, that you didn't shut down, that you still feel, even when it's uncomfortable, that you are still open to softness, even after the world gave you reasons to close. That is a quiet, holy kind of resilience. Let your breath move gently now. You are not in that place anymore. You are here, in this moment, in this bed, surrounded by quiet. The memory may knock, but it no longer owns you. You can look at it without collapsing. You can feel the echo and still choose peace. You can offer that version of yourself something they never got back then. A whisper that says, you didn't deserve that. A hand that says, I'm with you now. A warmth that says, you are safe. And maybe tonight is not about closure. Maybe it's not about erasing what happened. Maybe it's about making space, letting the memory exist without letting it define you, letting the flinch soften over time, not because you force it to go away, but because you learn to meet it. With compassion, every time it surfaces, it becomes another chance to say, I'm still here. I'm still choosing gentleness. I'm still healing. There will be moments ahead that remind you again, that catch you off guard. But with each one, you'll grow steadier, not by forgetting, but by becoming familiar with your own reactions, by recognizing that your body is not betraying you, it is guiding you, that the flinch is not weakness, it is memory asking to be held differently, that healing is not a straight line, it is a spiral that returns, not to punish you, but to give you another chance to love yourself deeper. So tonight, let that flinch be seen. Let the memory be heard. Let the tears fall if they need to. Let the breath shake if it must. But let none of that convince you that you're broken. You are healing. You are peeling away the layers of silence and shame. You are stepping into the quiet power of someone who no longer runs from their pain, but walks through it with softness in their chest and courage in their bones. And as you close your eyes now, if that moment returns again, that memory you can't quite shake, meet it with the voice you never had back then. The voice that says, I'm not going to abandon you. I'm not going to pretend you don't exist. But I am going to hold you with love. I am going to let you rest. And I am going to remind us both, we are safe now. We are safe. Guilt is a quiet companion, isn't it? It doesn't always speak loudly or storm into your day. Sometimes it lingers at the edges. Sometimes it sounds like your own voice, asking questions that have no peaceful answer. Did I do enough? Was it my fault? Could I have changed the outcome? If I had only done something differently. It waits until you are still and tired, when your body wants to soften, but your mind replays the past as if it's still open for edits. And the hardest part is how convincing it can be, how easily it disguises itself as responsibility, as empathy, as love. But guilt is not always telling the truth. Sometimes it's just the echo of your kindness being turned against you. You feel deeply. You care deeply. So when things go wrong, You assume you must have played a part. That if someone was hurt, it was because you weren't enough. That if a relationship ended, it must have been your fault. That if someone walked away, it was something you failed to do. This is what guilt does. It takes your heart and holds it hostage in a story that was never only yours to carry. Tonight, let's loosen that grip. Let's sit quietly beside the guilt, not to argue with it, but to see it clearly. Sometimes guilt survives not because you're guilty, but because you're kind. Because you can't imagine hurting someone the way you were hurt. Because you think, maybe if I had been better, they would have stayed. Maybe if I had been more patient, more quiet, more accommodating, they wouldn't have turned cold. But those are not the thoughts of someone who did harm. Those are the thoughts of someone who tried too hard to carry what others refused to hold. You've apologized more times than you can count, even when no one asked you to. You've gone over the details again and again, wondering where you slipped. You've taken on the emotional weight of people who never acknowledged your efforts, who walked away without looking back, who stayed silent while your mind blamed you for everything. That kind of guilt is not justice. It is not balance. It is a prison made of your own empathy. Let yourself remember, with clarity, not shame. You were human. You reacted. You were overwhelmed. You made decisions based on what you knew at the time. And yes, maybe you made mistakes. But mistakes are not crimes. Misunderstandings are not sins. Not knowing how to save something doesn't mean you are unworthy of peace. Sometimes things fall apart not because of one person's fault, but because they were meant to, because that season had reached its end, because no amount of self-sacrifice could hold together what was already broken. You are allowed to grow without punishing yourself for who you were before. You are allowed to look back without drowning in what-ifs. You are allowed to rest without solving every piece of the past. There is no perfect version of you who could have saved everyone. There is no version of you who would have walked away from those years without a little mess, a little sadness, a little misunderstanding. You did what you could with what you had, and that is all anyone can do. Breathe with that truth now. Inhale and let it say, I forgive the version of me that didn't know yet. Exhale and let it whisper, I no longer need to carry guilt to prove that I care. Guilt is not the measure of your love. You don't have to hold pain in your chest to honor the past. You don't have to hurt to show your healing. You don't have to stay up at night rewriting scenes that are already over. Let the guilt sleep too. Let it rest beside you, not in control, but as something you no longer need to wrestle with. You've carried it long enough. You've used it as a way to stay close to people who are no longer here, to moments that no longer need your energy. You've worn it like armor, thinking it made you good, but you were already good, even when you were learning, even when you were unsure, even when you didn't know what would come next. And if there's still someone you wish would understand, someone you wish could see the whole picture, remind yourself that your healing does not depend on their insight. You can make peace with your own heart without waiting for someone else to validate it. You can let yourself off the hook without an audience. You can sleep without guilt whispering at the edge of your dreams. This is not forgetting. This is not denial. This is choosing tenderness. Choosing to stop punishing yourself for being human. Choosing to say, I was there, I did my best, and now I deserve peace. Let that be your mantra tonight. Not as a shield, but as a truth. You do not have to keep reliving what already ended. You do not have to keep proving that your intentions were pure. You do not have to keep feeling guilty just to show you cared. You already did. Let the guilt sleep too. There's a kind of exhaustion that runs deeper than tired eyes and sore muscles. It comes from being the one who always holds the world together, the one who notices what others miss, who comforts when no one else knows how, who keeps showing up long after others have turned away. It's the kind of weariness that sinks beneath your skin, that doesn't always show on your face but lives in the heaviness you carry quietly. It's what happens when you've spent so long trying to save people who never asked to be saved. Or worse, people who expected it without ever offering to save you in return. You didn't ask for that role. You stepped into it because you had to. Maybe no one else knew how to stay calm in the chaos. Maybe you were the first to sense when something was wrong. Maybe you were praised for being the strong one, the reliable one, the one who never fell apart. So you held on, tighter than you should have, to people who were sinking. You kept them above water with your own strength, never noticing how far under you were slipping. You told yourself it was love, or loyalty, or just what you were supposed to do, but it was also self-abandonment. It was also a kind of quiet self-erasure, putting everyone else's storms above your own stillness. You were never meant to be a savior. That was never your burden to carry, the people around you, the ones you tried to rescue, to fix, to heal. They had their own path, their own timing, their own lessons to face. You stepped in because you cared, because you couldn't watch them fall. But love does not mean sacrificing your peace. Compassion does not mean surrendering your self-worth. Being there for someone should not require losing yourself in the process. There is a certain kind of heartbreak that comes not from loss, but from realizing how much of yourself you gave trying to hold someone else together. You replay conversations, wonder what more you could have said, what better version of yourself might have changed things. But deep down, you know it was never yours to fix. They had to choose healing. They had to meet you halfway. And if they didn't, that's not your failure. That's not your flaw. That is simply the truth, that some people are not ready to be held in the way you longed to hold them. Let that truth settle in your chest like warm air. Let it fill the cracks guilt tried to carve. You are not responsible for the healing of every person you care about. You are not responsible for their decisions, their silence, their distance. You do not need to earn your place in their life by becoming their foundation. You do not need to prove your love through your suffering. And you do not need to keep carrying people who have always had the ability to walk on their own. You've played the role of savior so well, so quietly, that even you forgot where you ended and they began. You stopped asking for help. You stopped saying no. You stopped checking in with yourself because someone else's crisis always seemed more urgent. But now, as you lie here in the stillness, let that role loosen its grip on your spirit. Let it fall away, not with blame, but with grace. You don't need to be angry to stop rescuing. You just need to be tired enough to choose peace. It is not selfish to step back. It is not cruel to protect your energy. It is not wrong to say, I love you, but I can't be your anchor anymore. The people who truly care will understand, and the ones who don't, they were never seeing you, only what you did for them. That's not love. That's dependency. That's convenience. And you were never meant to be someone's lifeboat. You were meant to float, to rest, to find your own rhythm in the waves. If you've been waiting for permission to let go of that, wait, let this be it. You are not a bad person for setting boundaries. You are not unkind for needing space. You are not heartless for no longer rushing in to fix everything. You have a heart, yes, a big one, but it was never designed to carry everyone else's chaos. Your heart deserves gentleness too, Your mind deserves quiet. Your body deserves rest. Think of all the times you ran to someone else's rescue while your own soul was crying out. Think of how quickly you forgave, how gently you spoke, how carefully you tended to their wounds, even as yours remained open. That was beautiful. That was love. But now it's time to turn that same devotion inward, to rescue yourself, to speak to yourself with the same softness, to hold your own pain with tenderness instead of silence. Let the weight slide off your shoulders now. Let the role of savior fall to the ground like a coat you no longer need to wear. You are not abandoning anyone. You are simply choosing to stay with yourself. That is not weakness. That is strength. That is growth. That is the quiet reclaiming of a soul that has given far too much. Tonight, as you close your eyes, you don't need to solve anything. You don't need to carry anyone. You don't need to fix what was never yours to heal. All you need to do is be here, with your breath, with your body, with the truth that you are allowed to rest now, not when everyone else is okay, not when the world is finally quiet, but now, simply because you matter too. And if this moment brings you peace, let it stay. Let it settle around you like a blanket. Let it remind you that you were never meant to be a savior. You were meant to be whole. Some people notice everything, not because they want to, but because they've had to. They walk into a room and feel the temperature of the atmosphere before anyone speaks. They hear the pause between words and sense, the tension wrapped around silence. They know when someone is pretending to be okay, and they know how to shift themselves to match what the moment needs. This ability to read the room, to anticipate moods, to understand emotion without being told, it didn't come from nowhere. It was built in the quiet corners of your past, in moments when safety depended on your sensitivity. Maybe it started in childhood, when you learned how to navigate shifting dynamics before you even understood them, when you felt the weight of unspoken tension and internalized it as your responsibility to fix. Maybe it grew over time, each experience teaching you to tune your intuition to the smallest signals. A look, a breath, a slight change in tone. You learned to listen with more than your ears. You learned to stay alert, not out of choice, but out of survival. Being aware became your way of staying ahead of disappointment, of avoiding conflict, of keeping peace before it broke. And yes, this gift has helped you. It's made you an incredible friend, a thoughtful partner, a calming presence in chaos. People come to you because they feel seen, because you understand them without needing everything explained, because you adapt, because you care. But beneath that skill, there is often a tired heart, a quiet exhaustion that builds from always being the one who notices, the one who adjusts, the one who holds space even when their own heart is heavy. You give without being asked. You soften even when you're hurting. You read the room and make yourself smaller just so others feel safe. You've spent so long scanning for tension that your nervous system doesn't always know how to rest. You wake up braced for subtle shifts. You go to sleep analyzing moments that didn't sit right. You replay conversations, wondering if you misread the cues, if someone's silence meant something deeper, if you should have said more or less, or nothing at all. And that kind of vigilance, even when rooted in love, takes a toll. Because when you are always adjusting to everyone else's energy, it becomes harder to hear your own. Tonight, let's soften that habit. Not because it's wrong to be intuitive, but because you deserve to feel safe without having to monitor everything. You deserve to enter a room without scanning it. You deserve to be fully present without analyzing the emotional temperature. Let your body feel what it's like to just be, not interpreting, not protecting, not managing, just being. Let your shoulders stop reading the energy. Let your breath stop bracing for reaction. Let your heart stop translating the things no one says. The world taught you to read the room, but it didn't teach you how to let the room read you. To let yourself be felt, seen, known, without curating your presence. But you're allowed to take up space. You're allowed to express your needs, even if the room isn't ready. You're allowed to let your emotions exist without managing someone else's response. You don't have to shapeshift to be worthy. You don't have to be gentle with others at the cost of being honest with yourself. Think about how often you've dimmed your joy so others wouldn't feel uncomfortable. How often you've swallowed your sadness so it wouldn't burden the atmosphere. How often you've paused your truth to protect someone else's peace. That was grace. That was kindness. But tonight, that kindness comes back to you. In this quiet moment, you don't have to adjust. You don't have to interpret. You don't have to be responsible for anyone else's comfort. You are not wrong for being so in tune. Your awareness is a gift, but like any gift, it needs balance. You need time to be unreadable, to be raw, to let someone else lean into you for once. You deserve to be held without translating your pain into something palatable. You deserve to be messy and misunderstood and still loved. You deserve to be felt without needing to explain why you were tired, why you were quiet, why you were not okay tonight, so let the room fade. Let it be just you here, breathing. Let the need to scan and adapt slip away. You are not responsible for how others feel in your presence. You are responsible for staying true to your own. If your energy changes, that's okay. If your mood dips, that's okay. If you can't hold space tonight, that's okay too. Let others adjust to you for once. Let the world hold you in return. As you lie here now, try not to make sense of every feeling. Try not to trace it back to where it came from. Just notice how it feels to be still, to not solve, to not translate, to not fix, just be. Let your breath do what it does. Let your body settle. Let your thoughts move without needing interpretation. There is nothing you need to read in this moment, nothing to decode, no room to manage. Only a self, tired, kind, tender, who finally gets to rest. And if the habit rises again, the scanning, the analyzing, the shifting, meet it with compassion. Of course you do this. You learned it well. It kept you safe. It helped you love. But now, you're allowed to rest that part of yourself. You're allowed to turn inward, to read your own needs, to listen to your own silence, to ask, how do I feel right now, before I ask how everyone else does. This is what healing looks like. Not abandoning your gift, but giving it back to yourself. Using your awareness to protect your peace. Using your intuition to meet your own needs. You're so good at reading the room. But tonight, let the room be quiet. Let the world be soft. Let your own heart be what you read first. There is a belief that lives in the quiet corners of too many hearts, that rest must be earned, that peace must be bought with productivity, that stillness is a reward, not a right. You feel it in the guilt that follows a slow morning, in the shame that creeps in when you cancel plans, in the restlessness that surfaces when your body asks to pause but your mind says, not yet. You hear it in the voice that whispers, you didn't do enough today. You feel it in the invisible weight pressing against your chest when you try to relax but your thoughts refuse to settle. Somewhere along the way, the idea was planted that value comes from doing, That worth is tied to how much you give, how hard you try, how long you push. That to deserve softness, you must first endure the storm. That to lie down in peace, you must first carry every burden without complaint. But that is a lie disguised as discipline. That is survival dressed up as success. That is burnout pretending to be virtue. And you, with your tender heart and tired bones, do not need to keep proving your right to exhale. Rest is not a luxury. It is not a break between moments that matter. It is not something you earn. After all, the boxes are checked and all the fires are out. Rest is part of being alive. It is sacred. It is necessary. It is what allows the soul to breathe and the body to return to itself. Without it, even love feels heavy. Even joy becomes fragile. Even hope begins to flicker. You've spent so many days moving through the motions, getting things done, showing up, smiling when you didn't feel like it, carrying the invisible tasks no one else saw, trying to be everything for everyone. And maybe, in all of that, you forgot that your needs are not interruptions. They are not afterthoughts. They are not selfish. They are real. They are human. And they deserve to be honored without apology. You don't have to wait until the world is satisfied with you before you allow yourself peace. You don't have to wait until everyone else is taken care of before you lie down and say, I'm tired. 2. You don't have to achieve more, give more, solve more, be more. You already are enough. Not because of what you did today, but because you exist. Because you are a living, breathing soul who deserves to feel safe and soft and soothed. Think about how often you've ignored your exhaustion. How many nights you stayed up just a little longer, doing one more thing. How many times you felt guilty for sitting still, as if rest was laziness, as if slowing down was failure. But your body remembers. It holds the tension in your shoulders, the weight behind your eyes, the ache in your chest. Your body knows when you need rest. It has always known, and tonight it is asking again. Let yourself lie down fully, not just physically, but emotionally. Let the invisible pressure release its grip. Let the internal list of things left undone fade into the background. You are not behind. You are not falling short. You are not wasting time. You are healing. You are unwinding the tight knot of expectations that never belonged to you. You are learning to believe that rest is not weakness, that needing care does not make you any less worthy of love. Close your eyes without checking your progress. Breathe. Without measuring your output, exist without editing. There is nothing to prove right now, nothing to earn, nothing to justify. Just you, exactly as you are, held in the quiet grace of the moment. You are safe here. You are allowed to soften. You are allowed to be. And if your thoughts resist, if they try to pull you back into the loop of guilt and urgency, meet them with compassion. Tell them, gently, I see you. I know you're trying to protect me. I know you learned this pattern to keep me moving. But I don't need to keep running to be valuable. I don't need to keep giving to be enough. I am allowed to rest simply because I am here. You are not the sum of your accomplishments. You are not the tasks you complete or the roles you fulfill. You are not a machine. You are not an endless source of energy. You are a human being with a soul that needs tending and a heart that needs quiet. You deserve mornings that begin slowly, evenings that end in softness, days where doing nothing is everything you need. Let this be that kind of moment. Let your breath deepen, not because it should, but because it can. Let your muscles loosen, not because they've earned it, but because they want to. Let your thoughts Float by without needing to be managed. Let your entire being feel what it's like to exist without urgency. You don't have to fix anything before you rest. You don't have to heal everything in one night. You don't have to carry every truth before lying down. You are allowed to pause mid-journey. You are allowed to lay it all down and simply be still. So if you've been waiting for permission, here it is. Rest, not because you've completed everything, but because you are worthy even in the middle of the mess. Rest, not because the world slowed down, but because your soul needs stillness. Rest, not as a reward, but as your birthright. If this moment feels safe, let yourself stay in it. Let the stillness wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let it remind you that you don't have to earn this. You never did. You were always allowed to rest. Some thoughts arrive like uninvited guests. They walk in quietly at first, brushing past the doorway of your mind with a whisper or a sigh. They take a seat in the corner, watching you from the shadows, waiting for the moment when you're tired enough or quiet enough to believe that what they say must be true. These thoughts aren't always loud. Sometimes they wear your voice. Sometimes they sound like logic or concern. But underneath, they're woven with fear, with shame, with doubt that doesn't belong to you. And because you're kind and reflective, you let them stay longer than you should. You offer them space. You listen. You try to understand. You wonder, what if this one is right? What if I really am the problem? What if that thing I said 2 years ago did ruin everything? What if I never get better at this? What if I never feel fully okay? And before you know it, these thoughts have pulled up. Chairs around the table of your mind. They've made themselves at home. They've spilled their opinions all over your peace. They've eaten up your energy, your softness, your sleep. But here's the truth you might not have been told. Not every thought deserves your attention. Not every thought that enters your mind is worth entertaining. Some are echoes of old wounds. Some are distortions built by fear. Some are borrowed from voices that were never kind to you in the first place. And some are just noise, passing clouds in the vast sky of your awareness. You are not obligated to sit with all of them. You are not rude for saying, "This seat is taken." You are not weak for choosing not to argue with every fear that speaks. You get to decide what belongs. You get to curate your internal world the same way you'd protect your physical space. You wouldn't let someone into your home who belittles you, who questions your worth, who keeps bringing up your past and calling it your identity. So why let those voices live rent-free in your head? Why let them eat from your plate, sleep in your bed, speak louder than your own inner knowing? It's not easy, especially when you're used to overthinking, when your mind has been trained to scan for danger, to rehearse conversations, to solve problems that haven't even happened yet. You think, if I can just think enough, maybe I'll prevent the pain. Maybe I'll get ahead of the disappointment. Maybe I'll finally be good enough. But thinking is not the same as healing. Thinking is not the same as peace. Sometimes it's the opposite. A loop with no exit. A spiral that leads you back to the same ache again and again. Tonight, let's step back from that table. Let's look at who's sitting there. What voices are speaking? What messages are they repeating? Are they kind? Are they fair? Are they helping you feel more connected to yourself or pulling you away from your softness? Are they offering comfort or control? And if the answer is anything less than care, then it's okay to show them the door. You don't have to fix every thought. You don't have to debate or disprove every lie. You can simply say, this thought is not welcome here. This thought doesn't know the whole story. This thought is just a habit, not a truth. And then you can turn your attention elsewhere, to your breath, to your body, to a memory that makes you feel safe, to a voice like this one, whispering gently in the quiet of your night, reminding you that you are not broken. You were just overwhelmed by noise that was never yours to carry. Imagine your mind like a calm room, candle lit and warm. The air is still. The walls are safe. There's a soft chair in the corner, a blanket folded nearby, a space that belongs only to you. This is your space. You decide who gets to enter. You decide what gets to be discussed. You decide whether tonight is a night for silence, for dreams, for healing. And you don't need to invite every wandering voice inside. Let that thought that always says you're too much, let it stay outside. Let that old guilt that keeps replaying the past, let it drift away. Let that pressure to be perfect, to always be okay, to always have an answer, let it fade into the dark. You don't need to host those feelings tonight. You don't need to argue or explain. You only need to breathe, to soften, to remember that not everything you think is true, and not everything that is true needs to be solved tonight. The mind is a busy place, and it always will be. But peace comes not from silence, but from choosing what you give your energy to, from knowing that even when the storm swirls, you can anchor in the present, that even when fear speaks, you can choose not to listen, that even when doubt visits, you don't have to serve at T. So lie here now, with your hand resting gently on your chest. Feel the rise and fall. Let that rhythm be your truth tonight. Let it say, I am still here. I am still breathing. I am still worthy, even when my thoughts are loud. And slowly, let the table clear. Let the room quiet. Let your inner world become what it was always meant to be, a sanctuary, not a courtroom. And if any thoughts return in the dark, you can meet them with softness. You can whisper, I see you, but I'm not inviting you to stay. You can say, not tonight. Tonight is for healing. Tonight is for quiet. Tonight is for me. There is a kind of sorrow that lingers quietly beneath the surface, not because someone else placed it there, but because you've carried it for so long without ever naming it. It's the ache of being too hard on yourself for far too long. The ache of blaming yourself for moments you didn't fully understand, of holding on to guilt for simply being human, of punishing yourself in thoughts you would never dare speak aloud. To someone else, this kind of sorrow builds slowly, day after day, until it becomes part of how you breathe. And it often hides in places that feel normal, in the way you rush to fix things, in the way you downplay your pain, in the way you expect more from yourself than anyone ever should. But tonight, something softer is needed, not another plan for self-improvement, not another list of things to do better. Tonight calls for an apology, not to someone else, but to you, because somewhere along the path you learned how to say sorry to others, but not to the parts of yourself you've wounded. The version of you who was trying their best with too little support, the one who made choices from fear, not freedom, the one who stayed silent to keep the peace, the one who kept going when what they really needed was to fall apart safely in someone's arms. So close your eyes for a moment. Picture yourself at an age when you felt most lost, most unseen, most uncertain. Maybe you're standing in a room where no one notices how quiet you've become. Maybe you're staring at a version of yourself in mirror, wondering if this is all you are. Someone who always holds it in. Someone who never gets it quite right. Someone who tries too hard or not hard enough. And now, step toward that version, slowly, gently, without judgment, just presence. Look into their eyes. See the weight they carry, the questions they never asked, the grief they never understood, and then speak to them, not out loud, but inside, in the language your heart understands. Say, I'm sorry I ignored your exhaustion. I'm sorry I told you to toughen up when what you really needed was rest. I'm sorry I criticized you for grieving too long, feeling too deeply, caring too much. I'm sorry I expected perfection from someone who was already doing the impossible just by surviving. Tell them you didn't know better then. Tell them you believed the voices that said you had to be stronger, quieter, smarter, thinner, more useful, more pleasing. Tell them you thought love was something you had to earn, not something you already deserved. Tell them you're learning now. Tell them you are here, not to fix them, not to change them, just to witness, just to hold, just to finally say the words they've waited so long to hear. You don't owe the world constant improvement. You don't owe the past version of you shame. You owe yourself tenderness. You owe yourself space to feel. You owe yourself the freedom to be complex, to be imperfect, to be healing in ways no one else sees. You owe yourself protection from the harshness you so easily direct inward. And you owe yourself the kind of apology that doesn't just say, I'm sorry, but also promises, I'll do better by you now. Let that promise echo through your chest. Let it settle in the places that feel tight, tired, unsure. Let it soften the moments you're tempted to speak to yourself with cruelty. Let it interrupt the cycle that tells you you're never enough. Because the truth is, you were always more than enough, even when you were broken, even when you were confused, even when you were afraid. Your worth was never on trial. Your heart never needed to be proven. Think of how often you've forgiven others, how much grace you've extended, how gently you've held the pain of someone else, even when your own was quietly breaking beneath the surface. That same grace belongs to you, that same gentleness, that same forgiveness. It may feel strange to give it to yourself, unearned even. But healing is not about earning. It's about remembering what has always been yours to begin with. So tonight, in the quiet of this space, allow yourself to feel the full truth of your humanity. The missteps, the regrets, the things you wish you could take back, and hold them not with shame, but with compassion. You did what you could with what you knew. You learned, you grew, and now you are ready to release the blame that was never meant to be yours. To look at your reflection and say, I forgive you, I love you, and I promise to be gentler from here on. Let the apology become a lullaby in your thoughts. Let it sing through your breath, your bones, your being. Let it be the beginning of a new relationship, not with perfection, but with peace. Let it guide you back to yourself, not as a task to fix, but as a soul to cherish. And if tears come, let them carry away the years of silence, the weight of being too hard on someone who only ever wanted to be seen. This is what healing sounds like. Not a dramatic breakthrough, not a grand declaration, just a quiet voice, whispering truth in the dark. You are allowed to make mistakes. You are allowed to grow slowly. You are allowed to rest. And you are allowed to come home to yourself without conditions. So if your chest feels a little lighter now, if your breath comes a little easier, let that be your sign. The apology is working. The healing is beginning. And you, exactly as you are, right here, right now, are already enough. There is something rare about a gentle nature in a world that often demands hardness. Something quietly powerful about the way you notice the soft ache in someone else's voice, the way you pause before speaking so your words don't bruise, the way you offer your presence without needing to be asked. This gentleness of yours is not weakness, it is not naivety. It is not something you need to outgrow. It is a kind of strength that moves without needing to prove itself. It is the kind of strength that doesn't shout or force or take up space through volume. Instead, it listens, it sees, it holds. You've been told that the world belongs to those who move quickly, who speak confidently, who stand firm without hesitation. But you, with your quiet instincts and your tender ways, hold something they cannot teach. The ability to meet others with softness when the world has been unkind to them. The instinct to make space for silence, to sit with discomfort, to ask someone how they really are and mean it. This is not small. This is not insignificant. This is sacred. Still, there may have been times when your gentleness felt like a burden, when others mistook it for passivity, for fragility, for something to take advantage of. And maybe that made you question it. Maybe you learned to armor yourself, to pretend to be colder than you felt, to match the energy of a room that couldn't hold softness. Maybe you even tried to become louder, tougher, more detached, thinking that would protect you. And maybe it did for a while. But part of you knew this wasn't home. This wasn't peace. This wasn't you. You were never meant to harden. Not in the way the world asked. You were meant to stay open, even after heartbreak. You were meant to care deeply, even after disappointment. You were meant to bring your tenderness into places where it's been forgotten. That is not a flaw. That is a gift. And the fact that you've protected that gift, even in a world that often does not understand it, says more about your strength than any title or accomplishment ever could. Gentleness is not the absence of boundaries. It is not about letting others walk over you. It is not about staying quiet when something needs to be said. It is about choosing grace over cruelty, calm over chaos, empathy over ego. It is the decision to speak with care, to hold your own pain without passing it along, to see the humanity in someone who forgot their own. And that decision, made again and again, often in silence, is a powerful form of resilience. Think of the moments when your softness changed someone's day, when your kind words were the only gentle thing someone heard, when your patience allowed a friend to open up, when your presence gave someone the courage to keep going. You may not have noticed, but your energy has made rooms feel safer, has given others permission to be real. It has reminded people, even for a moment, that there is still warmth in the world. But your gentleness does not only exist for others. It exists for you, too. And that is sometimes the hardest place to bring it. You know how to soothe others, how to understand them, how to hold their pain. But can you do the same for yourself? Can you speak to your own heart with the same patience? Can you forgive your own stumbles with the same compassion? Can you let yourself be tired, messy, uncertain, and still worthy of love? You deserve to receive the tenderness you give. You deserve to hear, even in your own mind, that you are doing enough, even when it doesn't feel like it. That your gentle nature is a light, even when others try to dim it. That you are not too sensitive, not too soft, not too much. You are precisely the kind of energy this world needs more of. Let yourself settle into that truth tonight. Let it wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let it remind you that there is no shame in being gentle, that your sensitivity is not a wound, but a window into deeper connection, into real empathy, into quiet beauty that to many people rush past. And if your softness has ever been met with mockery or rejection, that is not a reflection of your worth. That is a reflection of a world still learning how to hold what is delicate without trying to crush it. So tonight, breathe into your chest and let it open without fear. Let your shoulders drop without apology. Let the parts of you that feel tender be exactly as they are. You don't need to brace yourself. You don't need to toughen up for this moment. You are allowed to be soft here. You are allowed to feel deeply here. You are allowed to rest without pretending you don't need to. And if anyone has ever made you feel like your gentleness is a flaw, remember this. It takes strength to remain soft in a hard world. It takes courage to feel deeply when numbness is easier. It takes power to offer care in a place that often forgets how. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are brave in a way that cannot be measured by noise or speed. If this brings you any kind of peace tonight, feel free to carry it with you as a quiet reminder. Your gentle nature is not something to fix. It is something to cherish. It is something to protect. And it is something that makes the world and your presence in it quietly extraordinary. Somewhere inside you, there is a version that never truly rested. The one who kept moving even when their body was begging for pause. The one who stayed awake trying to finish what no one else asked them to do. The one who checked on others but never thought to check on themselves. This version lives quietly in your muscles and behind your eyes, in the thoughts that race even when the day has ended, in the guilt that rises when you try to do nothing. It is the version that learned, somewhere along the way, that survival meant motion, that worth meant output, that stopping was dangerous, that stillness meant being left behind. You might remember them in the mornings when you wake up already tired, in the afternoons when your breath feels shallow and you don't know why, in the nights when you want to sleep but your mind doesn't know how to be quiet. This version of you worked hard to keep things from falling apart. They gave what they didn't have. They endured without asking for acknowledgement. They became the steady one, the responsible one, the strong one. And while others may have praised them, while their effort may have looked like success from the outside, inside they were unraveling in silence. They didn't ask for much, just that the world wouldn't collapse. Just that people would stay. Just that everything would stay okay. And because of that, they held tension in their jaw and quiet sadness in their chest. They avoided vulnerability, not because they didn't crave it, but because they believed rest was weakness and softness was a risk. They believed that if they stopped, even for a second, everything would fall apart. But tonight, in this quiet moment, it's time to meet that version of yourself. Not to criticize them, not to tell them they were wrong, but to say, I see you. I see how hard you worked. I see how much you gave. I see the nights you cried quietly so no one else would feel burdened. I see the way you smiled even when everything inside you hurt. I see how you made sure everyone else was okay. And I'm sorry it took so long for someone to ask if you were. Let yourself breathe with them now. Let yourself sit beside them with no pressure to fix, no need to explain, just presence, just kindness. Imagine yourself gently reaching out, placing your hand over theirs. Feel the weight of that touch, steady, forgiving, understanding. Let the silence between you say what words never could. You did not fail by being tired. You did not fail by breaking down. You did not fail by wanting something more than constant movement. That version of you did what they had to do to survive. They got you here, and that matters. That counts. They are not the problem, but they are not the only version that deserves to exist. There is another part of you that is learning now. The part that believes rest is sacred. That presence is enough. That you don't have to earn peace by running yourself into the ground. That you can be held by stillness instead of chased by it. You don't need to live in constant apology for your limits. You don't need to prove that you are deserving by being exhausted. You are not lazy for needing rest. You are not selfish for craving space. You are not unworthy just because you're not always productive. Those are lies this world taught you. Lies rooted in a culture that forgot how to honor the human soul. But your soul remembers. Your body remembers. And they are calling you back now. Back to slowness. Back to breath. Back to nights like this, where nothing is required of you except being. There is no to-do list here. No expectations. No one watching to see if you're doing it right. You are allowed to be still. You are allowed to fall asleep without solving every problem. You are allowed to feel peace without finishing anything. That version of you who never rested, they can finally lie down. You can tell them it's okay now. You don't have to. Hold it all. I'm here. We are safe. We can rest. Let your shoulders relax, even if only by a fraction. Let your breath deepen without control. Let your heart beat slow. The tension will not disappear all at once. The thoughts may still come. But the more you offer yourself these moments, soft, quiet, sacred, the more you will teach your body that it is safe to slow down. That you do not need to keep moving to matter. That you are allowed to be a human being, not a constant doing. So lie here, gently, fully. Let yourself be cradled by the silence. Let your mind drift toward comfort. You do not have to be on alert. You do not have to stay strong tonight. You do not have to manage everything. The version of you that never rested can finally be held. And if tears come, let them. Let them fall not as proof of pain, but as a release, as a thank you, as a slow goodbye to the survival mode that kept you alive, but never let you live. From this moment forward, you are allowed to rest without guilt, to pause without fear, to exist without urgency. Let this truth become your lullaby. Let it echo through every part of you that ever believed rest had to be earned. It doesn't. You are already enough. You always were. There are moments in your past that still echo softly, not because of what you said, but because of what you didn't. You remember the nods, the small yeses, the times you agreed when everything in you wanted to say no. And not because you didn't know what you needed. You did. But fear has a way of softening your voice, of convincing you that keeping peace is more important than keeping boundaries, of whispering that your discomfort is easier to carry than someone else's disappointment. And so you said yes when your heart whispered no. You showed up when your body begged for rest. You smiled when you were crumbling on the inside. It might have started small, agreeing to plans you didn't want, staying in conversations that drained you, letting someone else decide how much of yourself you were allowed to show. But slowly, gently, those small moments of silence became the way you survived, the way you stayed connected, the way you protected your place in a world that sometimes made your needs feel too loud or too much. You learned that being agreeable meant being accepted, that saying yes earned affection, that being easy to be around made you safe. But what no one told you was that every time you said yes out of fear, you said no to yourself. And now, sometimes when you're alone, you replay those moments. You wonder why you didn't speak up. You carry the weight of that silence like a quiet shame. But I want you to know that silence was not weakness. It was protection. It was your nervous system doing its best to keep you safe. And maybe it was the only tool you had then. Maybe the world hadn't yet shown you that your voice mattered. Maybe no one had modeled what it meant to say no and still be loved. So you did what you knew. And that was brave in its own way. But you are not that same version of yourself anymore. You are here now, in this quiet moment, learning that your no is not a threat, that your boundary is not rejection, that your truth is not dangerous. Saying no does not make you unkind. It makes you honest. It makes your yes more meaningful. It makes your presence more grounded. And even if your no is met with resistance, even if someone walks away, even if it stirs discomfort, that doesn't mean it was wrong. Discomfort is not a measure of guilt. It's a sign of growth. There were times when you were afraid that saying no would make someone stop loving you. And maybe they did. Maybe someone punished you for having limits. Maybe they made you feel small for choosing yourself. And that hurt more than the silence ever did. But tonight, I want to tell you something that matters. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to choose yourself, even if someone else doesn't understand. You are allowed to walk away from what drains you. Your safety is more important than someone else's comfort. Let yourself remember a moment when you stayed too long, said yes too quickly, smiled when you were hurting. Let yourself meet that memory with tenderness, not judgment. Place your hand over your heart and say softly, I forgive you. You were trying to belong. You were trying to be loved. You were trying to avoid pain. And that is not something to punish. That is something to hold, with compassion, with grace, with the understanding that survival often looks like silence. Now breathe into that space where your voice once trembled. Breathe into the moment that once felt unsafe, and let something new grow there. Let the strength of your no begin to bloom. Let it take root in your spine. Let it rise gently through your throat. Let it exist even when unspoken in your posture, in your boundaries, in the way you care for yourself. Saying no is not always loud. Sometimes it's a quiet withdrawal of energy. Sometimes it's choosing not to respond. Sometimes it's simply resting without explanation. You do not need permission to honor your own limits. You do not need to explain why something doesn't feel right. You do not owe access to people who ignore your needs. And you do not need to feel guilty for creating space between you and what hurts. That is not selfish. That is self. And the more you practice it, the more you will teach your nervous system that your voice is safe, that it can be trusted, that it can be heard without fear. So if you're lying here tonight, remembering all the times you didn't say no, let that memory soften in your chest. Let the guilt unravel. Let the judgment dissolve. You are not defined by who you were in survival. You are becoming someone new, someone who speaks gently but firmly, someone who chooses rest when needed, someone who knows that their needs are not too much. And if the next opportunity comes, if your heart says no again, let it be louder. Let it guide you. Let it remind you that every no is also a yes to your energy, your safety, your truth. You do not have to shrink yourself to be loved. You do not have to bend until you break. You do not have to earn belonging through silence. The people meant for you will celebrate your boundaries. They will honor your no. They will feel safe in the space where your truth lives. And even when they don't, you will feel safe within yourself. That is what matters most. Lie here now and breathe. Breathe in your enoughness. Breathe out the guilt. Let the silence between your breaths become a sanctuary. Let this be the night you finally understand your voice is a home you can return to, and you are allowed to live there. There is a weight you have carried for so long that it no longer feels like a burden. It feels like air, like something woven into your skin, like the quiet pressure behind your smile. It is the invisible weight of trying to be enough. Enough for your family, enough for your friends, enough for strangers who pass you by and never see the battles you fight inside. It is the pressure that creeps in when you wake up and already feel behind. The soft ache in your chest when someone seems disappointed in you, even if they never say a word. It is the hum beneath your daily tasks, the silent question that whispers, "Am I doing enough, giving enough, being enough?" This weight has no clear shape. It does not scream or cry out. It moves quietly through your thoughts, disguised as ambition or care or responsibility. You may find it in the way you push yourself past exhaustion, in the way you avoid asking for help, in the way you double-check everything before allowing yourself to rest. It's in the way you apologize too quickly, the way you rehearse your words before speaking, the way you feel guilty for taking up space. It has made a home in your nervous system, teaching you that perfection is protection, that being more will keep you from being left behind, that shrinking yourself might finally make you lovable, and no one sees it. No one notices the way you stay up later just to finish something no one asked you to finish. No one sees how much of yourself you give away in every interaction. How often you sacrifice your own needs to meet someone else's expectations. How deeply it hurts when you feel invisible after trying so hard to be good, to be helpful, to be easy to love. That kind of effort does not leave bruises on your skin, but it bruises your spirit. And those bruises linger, quietly, daily. Tonight, in this quiet place, I want you to know something true. You were never meant to earn your worth. You were never meant to measure your value in tasks completed or praise received. You were never meant to be everything for everyone. The love you deserve is not conditional. It is not waiting on the other side of burnout. It does not arrive only when you have pleased everyone else. You deserve love as you are now, unfinished, unsure, resting, healing, growing slowly. Imagine for a moment what it would feel like to let that weight slip off your shoulders, to stop trying to outrun your own self-doubt, to stop bending into every version someone else wants from you. Imagine waking up and feeling worthy before doing anything at all. No achievements to chase, no standards to meet, just enoughness, built-in, unshakable, quiet, whole. You are not too much. You are not too little. You are not broken or behind or lacking. You are human, and being human means being soft in some places and scarred in others. It means being unsure and learning anyway. It means making mistakes and still being good. It means not having all the answers and still being worthy of rest. You do not need to be perfect to be lovable. You do not need to be everything to matter. You do not need to exhaust yourself to prove you belong. So many of the messages you absorbed were never meant for you. They were echoes of other people's pain, their unhealed patterns, their own fear of not being enough. But you don't have to carry those echoes anymore. You don't have to live by rules that keep you small. You get to rewrite the story now. And in this story, rest is not laziness. Boundaries are not selfish. Slowness is not failure. Enough is not something you chase. It is something you remember. Let your breath guide you back, not to the version of you who strives, but to the version of you who simply is. Let the rhythm of your breathing remind you that you are here. And being here is a miracle in itself. Your worth is not tied to what you accomplish. It is not tied to how needed you are. It is not tied to how well you perform. You were born enough. You have always been enough. That truth has never changed, even when the world tried to convince you otherwise. Tonight, let this be your quiet revolution. The moment you begin to release the invisible weight. The moment you whisper to yourself, I don't have to keep proving myself. I don't have to keep carrying this alone. I don't have to keep chasing something that was never outside me too. Begin with, I can rest, I can breathe, I can be. Let your body soften. Let your mind begin to loosen its grip. There is no one watching now. No one waiting for your next move. This moment belongs to you. Fully, gently, completely. And if you wake tomorrow still feeling that weight, that's okay. It doesn't mean you failed. Healing takes time. Letting go takes time. And every night you return to this space, you remind your nervous system that peace is possible. That enoughness is not earned. That your softness is not dangerous. So lie here now and let this be your lullaby. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are not alone. You are enough. And enough is more than enough. Before you gave anything, before you stayed up late to listen, before you helped clean up the mess, before you remembered every birthday, before you made someone feel understood, before you tried to fix what was never your responsibility, before you held the weight of another person's sorrow as if it were your own, before you shaped yourself into what someone else needed, you were already worth loving. Before your kindness was shown, before your loyalty was proven, before your efforts became patterns of self-sacrifice, the truth remained. You did not have to earn it. You did not have to perform tenderness in order to deserve it in return. You were already enough, already beautiful in your being, already. A heart that deserved to be held, not just used, but somewhere along the path. You learned to measure your worth through what you could offer. You began to track your value in the comfort you gave others. The way your presence eased tension, the way your smile softened the room, the way you knew exactly what to say, even when your own heart was breaking. You became the one people leaned on, the one who rarely asked for anything back. You gave freely, and that was never a flaw. It was your nature, generous, open, warm. But over time, you began to believe a quiet lie, that your worth came only from your giving, that if you stopped, if you chose silence, if you needed space, the love might disappear. And so you kept giving, even when you were empty. You kept showing up, even when you were hurting. You gave more than anyone saw, and received less than you needed. Tonight, I want to speak to that part of you, the part that only feels safe when it is useful, the part that fears being forgotten when it's no longer the helper, the part that tightens in the chest when rest is chosen over responsibility. You are not lovable only because of what you do for others. You are lovable because of who you are, even when you do nothing. Even when you're quiet, even when you're still, even when you're not strong. Love is not a reward for effort. It's not a prize handed out when you've proven yourself enough times. True love sees your soul, not just your service. Let yourself imagine for a moment a version of you who wakes without urgency, who speaks without rehearsing, who rests without guilt, who is received, not for what they can solve or fix or give, but simply because their presence feels like peace. That version already exists within you. It is not some distant person you must become. It is the version beneath the survival, beneath the pleasing, beneath the patterns that were never yours to carry. That version is who you were before the world asked you to be more palatable, more productive, more pleasing. That version is still here, still waiting, still worthy. If love has ever been withheld from you when you stopped giving, that was not love. If you were ever made to feel less valuable because you could not carry someone else's pain, that was not love. If you were only celebrated when you were sacrificing, that was not love. Real love does not vanish when you choose boundaries. It does not fade when you stop performing. It does not flinch when you are in need. Real love meets you where you are tired, quiet, uncertain, and stays. You deserve that kind of love, not just from others, but from yourself. Place your hand gently on your heart and speak this truth, even if it trembles. I was always worth loving, even before I gave, even before I fixed, even before I knew how to keep everyone else afloat. I am still worth loving now, even when I need support, even when I ask for space, even when I rest. Let these words seep deep into your bones, not as a mantra to memorize, but as a truth to remember, one that belongs to you, one that no one can take. You do not have to give endlessly to keep people close. You do not have to wear yourself down to be seen. You do not have to stay small or agreeable to be held. The right people will not need you to exhaust yourself in order to feel secure. They will not make your self-abandonment the price of connection. They will want your wholeness. They will celebrate your boundaries. They will feel honored to know you, not just when you are giving, but when you are healing. So breathe tonight, with no task to complete. Lie back with no need to explain. Rest in the truth that you are allowed to be loved for nothing more than existing. That your soul, exactly as it is, holds a light that no one else can replicate. And if you feel distant from that truth, if the old fear creeps in that you have to do more, be more, give more gently, bring yourself back. Return to this place. Return to your breath. Return to the quiet knowing that your value does not fluctuate with your output. You are always worth loving. Not because you said the right thing, not because you stayed up late to help, not because you fixed what someone else broke. You were worth loving before all of it. You still are. And tonight, maybe for the first time in a long time, you can rest without earning it. There is a kind of love that doesn't always look soft or simple. It doesn't always arrive as sweet words or open arms. Sometimes it shows up in the mind that refuses to rest, in the thoughts that loop endlessly, in the way you replay conversations long after they have ended, in the way you analyze the tone in someone's voice or the silence between two words. Sometimes love looks like overthinking, because somewhere along the way your mind learned that to care meant to notice everything, every shift in energy, every unsaid sentence, every tiny cue that someone else might miss. Your mind became a safety net, always scanning, always preparing, always ready to protect you or the ones you love. You don't overthink because you want to be difficult. You overthink because you care deeply, because you've been hurt before and you don't want to be caught off guard again, because you know how sharp words can be, how silence can sting, how small moments can change everything. You overthink because your heart remembers, and so it tries to guard you, to fix things before they break, to hold the pieces in advance. It is love wrapped in caution. It is affection tangled in anxiety. It is your heart trying its best to keep you safe by thinking ahead, by staying alert, by never letting you be unprepared. But that kind of love is exhausting. It is a love that costs you sleep, a love that whispers what ifs into the dark. Love that doubts even the good, just in case it disappears. And I want you to know it's okay to feel that way. It's okay to be the one who notices too much, who feels too much, who thinks too much. It's okay to be someone who cares so deeply that it spills over into every corner of your mind. But tonight, I want to remind you that love does not have to hurt like this. It does not have to feel like vigilance. It does not have to live in the high alert of your thoughts. You are allowed to love gently. You are allowed to trust the moments as they come. You are allowed to rest without solving everything first. You are allowed to stop replaying the conversation. You are allowed to believe that if someone cares, you don't have to prove yourself again and again. The love that lasts won't be scared away by your softness. It won't leave because you didn't say the perfect thing. It won't require you to exhaust your mind just to feel safe. True love, safe love, will give your thoughts room to exhale. It will teach your nervous system that quiet is not dangerous, that silence does not mean abandonment, that rest is not a trap. You don't have to earn security by overanalyzing every word. You don't have to rehearse every sentence to be lovable. You don't have to fix everything in advance to avoid being hurt. Sometimes, the best thing you can do is sit with the discomfort, to let yourself feel the unknown without filling it with fear, to breathe through the silence instead of fearing what it might mean, to remind yourself again and again, I am safe in this moment. I am safe even if I don't have all the answers. I am safe even if someone else doesn't respond the way I hoped. Let your breath come slowly now. Let it soften the edges of your thoughts. Let your body feel what your mind keeps trying to protect. Place your hand on your chest and whisper softly, I do not have to carry it all tonight. I do not have to solve it all. I do not have to earn love by preparing for every possible outcome. I am allowed to rest. I am allowed to let go. I am allowed to trust that I am still loved, even when I stop thinking. Your overthinking is not a flaw. It is a wound, shaped like protection. It is your tenderness, turned into strategy. It is the result of being hurt in the past and wanting to prevent it in the future. But you are not in the past anymore. And tonight, you can begin to trust that love does not need to be micromanaged, that the right people will hold you without needing a perfect explanation, that your value is not in how well you anticipate pain, but in how deeply you feel joy, how openly you offer care, how beautifully you exist even when you are unsure. So lie here now, with your thoughts still swirling but softer. Let them pass through you like wind, not weights. Let them move without needing to stop them. Let them slow without needing to erase them. You are allowed to be a thinker and still rest. You are allowed to be sensitive and still strong. You are allowed to be both aware and at peace. This is not about shutting your mind off. This is about learning to let your thoughts be companions, not enemies. It is about letting them walk beside you instead of drag you behind. And if you wake tomorrow and the overthinking returns, that's okay. You are not failing. You are not broken. You are learning. You are healing. And each time you come back to this softness, you teach your mind a new language, one that speaks in trust, not tension. One that holds space for love without needing to predict its every move. You are not too much. You are not too sensitive. You are not too emotional. You are beautifully complex, and your mind has been doing its best to keep you safe. But now, it's your heart's turn. Let your heart speak tonight. Let it say, I am loved, even when I stop trying so hard. Let it say, I am allowed to rest, even if everything is not resolved. Let it say, I am here, and I am enough. There comes a moment, not loud or grand, but quiet and unassuming, when your body finally whispers, enough, not in frustration, not in surrender, but in peace. A moment where the thoughts that once circled, like restless birds, begin to land one by one. Where the muscles that held the weight of worry begin to loosen. Not because everything is solved, but because something inside you has decided to soften. That moment is here now. It's not magic. It's not a switch. It's the slow, gentle unraveling of everything you were gripping too tightly. The words you didn't say. The answers you didn't find. The things you couldn't control. All of them slowly loosening their hold. All of them allowed to drift. Sleep does not ask for perfection. It does not need every fear to be calmed, every task to be finished, every conversation to be resolved. Sleep waits patiently, not for stillness of circumstances, but stillness of spirit. It is a kind of surrender, not of defeat, but of trust. Trust that even in the unfinished, even in the unknown, you are allowed to rest. You do not have to earn this peace. You do not have to prove your exhaustion. You do not have to explain why your mind needs a break. You simply need to allow it. To step out of the cycle, even if just for tonight, and say gently, I let go of the need to do more. Let go of the fear that something will fall apart without you. Let go of the pressure to think it through one more time. You've carried enough. You've thought enough. You've done enough. And now, the deepest gift you can give yourself is rest, not as escape, but as return. A return to your own breath. A return to the soft rhythm of your body. A return to the quiet knowing that this moment, right now, is safe enough to release.